And Worm, is your camera still above?
My camera still what?
Above, looking up?
Yes, please.
Okay, all right.
Ready? Jumping.
Yay!
We ready? Ready.
Hey!
That was amazing.
Yes. Bonjour tout le monde.
Indeed it was. Mr. Busquet, you're at 6. Okay, what is going to happen now? This is the pre-show that's starting. You see, we started with the party. We had the jumpy jumping up. You see all these jumpy in the place? You know they have no behavior. So in this little video, you're going to see greetings from around the world. Greetings from Trinidad, Grenada, Guyana, China, Australia, and we have the little people. Guys, but what is so special about this greetings this afternoon in our pre-show? We are going to be graced with the presence of Mrs. Elma Lucas. She is 91 years old and she's going to share her tales with you. And we're also going to have the charming, as Dr. Anthony calls him, the charming Mr. John Riley. Again, he is 90 years old. So we have, actually, as I was warned, they're not old. They said 90 years experience. Okay, so sit back and enjoy this short video. Well, not too short as we usually do it. So we're going to be starting at 6 o'clock. So we let the video play until 6 o'clock when we're about to start our tales. Okay? There seems to be an issue with the audio.
Carnival is a participatory.
I am Mrs. Alma O. Lucas of Barbados. I'm 91 years old. I'm happy to be part of Caribbean Folklore Storytime. The theme for this month is the jumbies, the duppies, and the paranormal beings.
Carnival is a participatory activity. It embraces all and is rooted in our African folklore and forms part of the culture and way of life of our people. As Caribbean people who truly understand the origin and meaning of Carnival, it allows us to feel a connection to our past. Our Carnival folklore is heavily rooted in African, French, Spanish, and English traditions and play a significant part in the traditional aspect of our Caribbean carnivals today. A significant point to note, many of the portrayals tell stories of the inhumane treatment the colonial masters imposed on the enslaved. When we encounter carnival characters today, like the Moko Jumpy, the Shortney, the Shakespeare Mask, the Wild Indian, the Jambalassi, the Veko, the Bookman, the Dame Lorraine, the Midnight Robber, and the Baby Doll, for example, we truly connect with our African roots through the reenactment of stories from great African folklore legends.
I don't know if anybody told me about it. It was a thing that was circulating, and it was among the people in Barbados. So I heard what was going on. Thank God I never encountered the first thing. But I understand he moved at night. And it was better for anybody if they were at home rather outside when he was on the move. You know, he used to do all sorts of funny things, man. Oh dear.
So the steel donkey was a male or a female?
I have no idea.
No idea. It was a male or female. Was it?
Probably was both.
It was.
It was so ubiquitous all over the place on the steel donkey. Like how people were getting home early, that sort of thing, you know, and not on any dark nights or anything like that.
So what would the steel donkey do?
Oh, Lord have mercy.
What would it do?
I'm not too sure what he used to do. I know he used to have a lot of people trying to get home and to stay home at night.
But do you believe that the young people today will be scared or stay home because they hear that the steel donkey is out?
If I think they would.
The young people.
Yeah, I know. If I think that would.
Yes, if it would. If it would scare them. Yes, of today.
They wouldn't be.
They wouldn't be scared. Why?
No. I didn't say so. I didn't say they wouldn't be. I believe that if like just one or two of the young people there were moving late at night, I don't mean by crowd, right? One or two moving by crowd. I feel they would be scared.
What was that, Riley? I'm loving it. So that was the Merry Man and the Steel Donkey?
Yes, that was my man. Yeah, it's my man. That was just my man. Same on the Steel Donkey.
So what did they say about the Steel Donkey?
What they said?
Yeah, what the song was about.
But you got, you know.
Yes, but I want you to tell me what you remember about the Merry Man and the Steel Donkey. What's behind the song?
I don't know much about it, but it's the donkey coming down there. And they tell us to get out of the way. And what?
I don't even understand.
Son, go down there and then they describe it with the something and I think tongue hang out the goat or something. So some sort of this describe the steel donkey. Yeah.
If I remember what?
I was in the steel shed.
You were in the steel shed?
Yeah.
What year was that?
No, you must say you remember that. I mentioned that to you all. I made a mistake of mentioning
So, can you tell me the story about the steel shed?
The steel shed.
Yes, what happened to you in the steel shed?
Now you got me on record. But it was this lady who used to sing. Who sing? I sang songstress, right? And she moved in and went to Trinidad. She was in the steel shed at the same time too. But one of her name was that was really big and my word language. She was in there.
Is it singing Francine? Was it singing Francine? What was the lady's name?
I'm trying to remember. I'm not saying it before my face. I can't recall the name. Oh yeah. You want to hear that street over again?
Yes.
I'm sleep. What? Military. Center Island. So what was that? I stopped at we took a tune that I was in. I started coming to school. I was out the far end. I walked through squeezing between these people around and squeezing coming to all the way down to the end. Had it in my hand. I'm pulling me out. And she carried me out to the under and danced while she was singing her song.
But isn't she Californian? She sings soca. So how did she dance? Did she do hip hop dance or did she do soca? Gave you a soca wine or what?
Movementation.
Movementations. Okay, so she had movementations. So was her movementation in sync with your movementations?
I don't have any movementations. I just move. I just move. I don't have any movementations. You know what I'm dangerous.
Oh, no, why are we dangerous? You were the one on the stage stealing the show. You were the star of the night.
I saw you before we started sleeping.
Yes, I was sleeping. But I would like to know the year that happened. Relatively, would that be like in the 80s or would it be in the 70s? This steel shed is still there, right? In Barbados?
I haven't been in things probably Asian, but it should still be there.
Oh, okay.
Barbados. Yes.
So why do you know why they call it the steel shed? Why did they call it the steel shed?
I believe because of its structure. I think you know a lot of steel is used to instead of soft stones to build sides. A lot of steel operates the thing that supporting top and so many structure on it.
Okay.
I think it's essential to be there, you know.
Okay. And what was the purpose for steel shed? Was it a place where they tell stories?
No, the real purpose of the steel shed is exhibitions, exhibiting things, and whatever furniture.
Things similar to the museum, or was it things that they would have in the museum? What kind of things were on exhibit?
No, sometimes even garden, some garden exhibits, sometimes from the schools and the island.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess what other things is there.
Hello everyone, it's Ricardo saying hi from China, Xingyi in the Guizhou province. When I was growing up as a child in Barbados, in St. George, there was always talk of this steel donkey, this mythical donkey with glowing eyes and a clanging chain and banging hooves, and it scared us as kids, and we loved it. Here in China, I've been getting my friends to try to find some steel donkeys of their own.
Yeah.
No success. Enjoy your story time.
So here.
Stop, skip. Spotlight.
Good evening again, everyone. It is now 6 o'clock. There will be more of of the video. It will be placed on YouTube. And if there's time after the storytelling, we'll continue with the video. Okay, so we want to say thank you to all those who submitted their video and presented. To start us off, we will have Mr. Earl Bousquet from St. Lucia. Mr. Earl Bousquet from St. Lucia.
Hello, bonsoir tout le monde, bienvenue pour le 4e programme ça qui a fait au Liban Caribbean. Avec Osoya, nous avons créé Caribbean Storytime. Avec nous avons regardé qui ça y est en anglais. Mais moi, bien content pour qu'il y ait tellement de monde ici qui a fait même bagaille là en tous ces pays qui ont représenté, côté qui a fait blague. Avec côté nous avons moun bon tché. Avec ça qui a fait beaucoup plaisir pour moi ça participer au soir. Avec moun sorti La Grenade, Barbade, Trinidad, Saint-Lucie, tout au Liban Caraïbe, Jamaïque, tout partout. Avec celle ça ni ensemble, c'est pour nous ça vivre derrière, pour nous ça aller devant, café chez moun fait bien. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this evening's edition of Caribbean Storytime. It's the 4th, and this time we are looking at the tales of duppies, jumbies, and other paranormal beings. And it's the sort of storytelling that we have grown up with. Most of us of our generation would recall talking about jumbies and zombies, Laja Bless, black magic, Chimbois, and just today earlier was hearing again about the steel donkey. Then we can talk about voodoo, and we have to remember the Calypsonians and the other artists who have gone deep into our culture to present it in a way that unfortunately people treat it as jokes, in that we treat jokes as only something to cause laughter, which we are told is the best medicine. But laughter can be a medicine only when it assists the person who is being made to laugh. And that is why in every joke, so-called joke, there is a serious message, and the actual joke is being able to find the message. And I'd like to encourage each and every one of you this evening. There is only one among you whom I have met, and earlier I had to tell Amina Blackwood Meeks that we last met since the last century. And this new generation for the 21st century is going to take the work that we have done traditionally to the next level, and it will be the task of us, the 290-year-olds who are among us, right down to the young, the teens who are among us, who are still at school. And the one common denominator we have is our ability to transmit and to get the serious messages across in ways that people will not just accept, but accept happily and with a light heart. Welcome, and like everybody else, I look forward to this evening's activity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bousquet. If you want to find out more about Mr. Bousquet, I want you to go to Facebook. And on Facebook, you can check him out. He is Earl at Large. Earl at Large on Facebook. Check out Mr. Bousquet and you will get some more of that Creole, that patois, that thing that is us, that thing that is our people. Now, thank you very much again, Mr. Bousquet. Okay, just a little housekeeping rules. Don't forget, guys, to mute your mics. Don't forget to mute your mics. We also want to welcome those persons who are joining us on Rampoon Radio, the Rampoon family. Thank you for joining us. We also want to say thank you to those that are joining us on YouTube. Welcome to our YouTube and Facebook fan. Again, thank you for coming. So to start things off, after we had such a rambunctious welcome, we're going to have Mr. Adrian Green. Now, let me just tell you a little bit about Mr. Adrian Green. We waited for him for quite a while now. We've been waiting for him for quite a while now. So he is gracing us today with his presence. Mr. Adrian Green is from Barbados. He is as far as I am concerned, spoken word artist of the world. Move over, Mutabaruka. I know Amina Meeks would have something to say about that. Adrian is passionate about things us, about things we. He is the kind of man that Black people should be proud of. You know, he represents the best of us. He is a journalist. You can see him in the Sunday Sun, the Barbados newspaper, the Nation newspaper. You can find him there. And Adrian is currently wrapping up his PhD at the University of the West Indies. But today, Adrian is going to do something for us. In the meantime, while Adrian introduces this, his poem that he's going to do for us, I want you to grab every young person that you can find. While he introduces, they should hear what Mr. Green has to say. They should hear what Mr. Green has to say. So I want all you young people on the live to listen. And if you know there's a young person that's not doing anything, grab them and bring them on right now. Right now. They need to hear what Mr. Green has to say. Mr. Green?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Anne, for that rousing introduction. I would like to introduce this piece that I call You Have What It Takes. And I want to dedicate it especially to Caribbean Storytime and to Miss Anne Worm, because I know that she puts a lot of work into this event every time. And sometimes she may feel as though she don't know how she can get it done. But Anne, I know I'm not speaking for myself, I'm speaking for everybody here on the Zoom link. We believe that you have what it takes. And from the bottom of our hearts, thank you for doing this for us, because we all have what it takes. And we want to remind each other of that each and every day. So with that, if you're ready, I'd like to allow you to listen to this spoken word piece written by myself entitled, You Have What It Takes. You have what it takes. You have what it takes to pull your foot off of the brakes of your life and accelerate towards the destiny that is your final destination. And anything less would be a total desecration of the sacred temple that you are. Because you are blessed with visions that only you can see. You've been given dreams that only you can make a reality. And to rob the world of your unique contribution would be a tragedy. Because you have what it takes. You have what it takes to take those dreams from behind your eyelids to right in front your very eyes, from the back of your mind to right in your front lawn, or anywhere you want it. Flaunt it. Your greatness is not to be kept secret. It ain't like the good cutlery that only special guests get to peek it. Seek it. And when you find it, shine it like a star, a perpetual light to guide others like you, lost stars, to their rightful place in the sky. How high you want to travel? How high you really want to travel? We can hover light years above the earth's surface, or we can roll up in the gravel. Cause we dig our own graves and we build our own castles. So let me know if to hand you some cement blocks or a shovel. One time somebody tell me, Mr. Green, hand me a space shuttle. Hand me a space shuttle. Cause I plan to build a mansion on the moon. But why not Mars or Neptune? Do you really have what it takes to get that high? Or use just a hot air balloon? Nah, when I look in your eye, I see that you have what it takes. You
You have what it takes to shake off the shackles of fear and dive into the abyss of perils and risk, making mistakes and missteps, but still pumping your fist in victory. Confidence is not arrogant, and though life is full of mystery, you are not mystified. In the court of history, your ancestors have already testified that you have what it takes. By their very survival, when death would have been an easy escape, your ancestors expressed their faith that you, their descendant, would one day wait and take your rightful place in the race. Firm and forceful, but full of grace. To your tongue, your ancestors taste success. To their sacrifices, you are blessed. So nothing less than your best is required. It's time to get fired up and quit all those who would underrate you. So they will never again ask if you have what it takes. Because it would be obvious that you do have what it takes.
Let's just take a moment and let it sink in. You have what it takes. Such a powerful piece. Thank you, Mr. Adrian Green. You have inspired us. Mark my words, you would hear us going to the Olympics. We will be dusting up a sax. You would see the next poets and musicians and dancers coming from this group here, coming from those who heard your voice. We are going to tap into our creative juices. And we are going to speed up because we have what it takes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Adrian Green.
Thank you, Anne.
Hi, Sari. We'll see you later. Okay. Now, since we went on the journey of having story time, there are some persons who have been here with us from start. I want to make a big shout out. I want to shout out to Miss Karen Umano, who is in England. And we know what time it is in England. And she is on. She will be celebrating her birthday soon, along with the same Sari Green. But I also want to shout out to the Croshu family, the Batiste family in Croshu. Hello, Jolie. Good evening. Welcome. And thank you for logging in. All the parents of the young people who are here today, we want to say thank you. We want to say thank you very much for coming in. And Mrs. Pauline, Grenadian in Barbados. She's here with us. Lion, how is Pet doing? What is Pet saying? The Harriet Jeremiah from Grenada. No, I'm not just calling Grenadians. That's just the start of things. Okay? Give us a shout out. Let us know where you're logging in from and where you're joining us. Tell us what you think. Okay? We welcome you and we're happy for you to be part of this story time. Stand by, Miss Lynette Noel. Now, I don't want you to forget what Adrian Green said. Adrian Green said, you have what it takes. He said, our ancestors survived death. I hope you understood what that meant. You have what it takes. Now, we're zipping on over. We're going to take a little Lungaroo flight. And we're going to leave Barbados. And we're going to take a dip. We're going to take a dip all over to Grenada. And we're going to meet Teacher Noel. Teacher Noel, you have been an inspiration to a number of persons. And some of them are here on the live. Remember Samantha? She heard you're going to be here. She is here. And guess what she did? Her daughter is participating tonight. So you have a granddaughter who's going to be on the show tonight. Teacher Noel, I say thank you on behalf of all parents, all persons everywhere for your contribution to our people and our children. There's a church bell. That's a good sign, Teacher Noel. You are a diverse, multi-talented Lynette Roger from Grenada. I know you love all things that are we, all things that are us. And again, I want to thank you. And I hope after you finish tonight, you put the baku back in the bottle. Thank you, Teacher Lynette. Welcome.
And good night to everybody. Who running upstairs there? I will scrub the place and on my sick self. I will coming back and scrub the again, you know. Okay. Sharon. Where's Sharon? I don't have no strength to be beating up myself with you today, girl. Look you outside scrubbing down with wagon. I know, you didn't the upstairs. So yeah, Jumbie here now. Sharon, you feel a born big? Since your father leave me and go away, you pick up a lying thing and doing all kind of mischief in the house. The other day, I come. The sofa looked like if it didn't make up for months. I ask you about it, not you. You put tears in front. I pack up my wares on the wagon and I go in town. Come back, me expensive salsa and them that cousin Florrie give me on the ground. Well, mash up. And still you don't know. Me and you alone living here. But you don't know. All kind of things happening in here. And you don't know. As if when you say you don't know, I will say it's somebody that come from outside and do it. Yes, man. Start running up and down, in and out again. Sharon, stop running in and out of the house there. Hey, and close the door. And she's still telling me it's not she way. You the outside way. Girl, you better don't let me keep turn wrong side here today. I never see 8 years old and this child so heavy as if she want to mash down the flooring. Give me. I wonder if she don't make she father. And that's why she getting answer. It's the same way he uses to be going in and out of the house and always telling me it's not he. That is how come I chase him out of my place, you know. But he think I'm stupid. He always coming back and trying to walk on tiptoe upstairs as if I don't know he did. He heavy as lead. But he could fight me one of these nights when he run out of the room with a white sheet on his head, you know. When I try to grab the sheet from him, he let go the sheet and he just disappeared. And I never see the jungle again until last week when he come and bring me money for Sharon to get cheap books. Look now, the child doing everything like the man, just as he used to do. Lord. Anyway, let me don't raise my pressure. Me and I misjudge. He was a good soul, you know. Last year when my mother died, I cried so much. I never thought I would have get over it. If I tell you up to now, I don't know how my mother died, you know. The doctor say is palpitation. Yes, palpitation. Something what she had give up. Me don't even know what the doctor mean by that. I don't know what he really saying. I only know my husband does be saying how my mother was an evil woman and she wanted to put me against him and how she never did like he head and how she handled dirty. When me and he did arguing one day, judge go say what? How he catch me mother feeding a baku and how is the baku a killer. Me don't know what is a baku, but I jump up and I tell him, is the baku a my me? I will fix him up. Me don't know what demand he have against my mother and why he used to say this set of thing and used to say about her. Well, he couldn't take more of him out. So he leave and go. Sharon, if you're there outside then, so who they upstairs? Who were jumping in and out and slamming the door? So Sharon. Okay. Well, since you know the upstairs and I know the upstairs, then go and close the door and lock it and come down here. Sharon, why you breaking upstairs there? You're careful with the wares on the wagon. I cannot afford for you to break up all my expensive ways on them, you know. Child, I say close the door. You can run in inside. I'm talking loud there, so somebody there inside. Somebody like who? A little short man that look like daddy. So Sharon, you don't know your father? How you mean he face covered with a sheet, Sharon? Sharon, stop talking stupidness. Don't let me come up there, or else you go sorry. You're telling father, I say, please, I don't make a joke with him and get out of my place. Okay, anyway, I come in up there. Sharon, why father tools doing on the ground here? Will I come out now? Me and your father had one big quarrel the other day for this same piece of tool before my dad. Where he come out now, Sharon? What you doing with it, baby? What smell of sulfur they so? Who there? Why? Sharon, run, Sharon, run, Sharon, dodgy right, run, Sharon, run, come, everywhere. Run, Sharon. My hand is dirty in truth. Lord, who put a fire there? Who light a fire there? Why? Everything I have gone up now. Sharon, everything I have gone up in smoke. Why? Thank you.
Come on, put up your likes on Facebook, put up your comments in the chat.
Thank you,
Thank you, Teacher Lynette. Thank you, Teacher Lynette. Okay? Now there's a little baku walking around somewhere. You need to put her back in the bottle, Teacher Lynette. You need to put her back in the bottle. Put that little baku. All right? I walk with my socks and my garlic. Teacher Lynette, put that little baku back in the bottle. Teacher Lynette, where are you?
I'm right here.
Where are you, Teacher Lynette?
Present.
You present? Oh, can you pin her, please, Mr. Thomas? I want to see her face. There you go. Teacher Lynette?
Yes, I'm here.
I want to say thank you, and you did an excellent job in recreating how we used to be, how our stories used to be told. I also want to say thank you for cherishing us, cherishing our past, because our past is our present. You provided us with the opportunity for us to reground ourselves and return to who we truly are. Okay? And I want to give you some of the comments that persons are making. Lisa said, fabulous. Heather Thompson, well done, Teacher Lynette. Kellyanne, great story. Kais, wow. Okay? And Aisha says, talented teacher Lynette, I feel it's a duppy. Aisha, can you come in and give us some comments from on Rampoon Radio and on Facebook? Lisa said, fabulous.
On Rampoon's Facebook page, Nelsia says the Baku well had you. Everybody shouting out, Teacher Noel, you're so good. Hi, Teacher Noel. Antoine says, great. Harriet said, a Jumbie come back. Somebody say, I feel his duppy in the house. Jumbie taker. So Facebook is live. Thank you, teacher. Absolutely amazing.
Thank you. And your mic is muted.
It's muted.
Oh yes, I'm sorry. Teacher Lynette, you lighten up Facebook, girl. You lighten up Facebook. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we're heading on over. We're gonna leave Bolio or Wester Hall, I think. No, Wester Hall is where they have all them Baku. We're gonna leave Bolio and we're gonna head on up to Grand Roy. Now, if you talk to Dr. Anthony later, he's going to tell you that there's something special about Grand Roy, the way in which they bury their dead. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Now, I want you to take some time out when you get some time and go to Grand Roy Facebook page. Just go onto Facebook and put in Grand Roy Government School, right? And take a little time to visit their Facebook page. You'll see the magic that's happening in that school. Let us just take the opportunity to say thank you to the principal, Mr. Jenna James, and one of our storytellers who is a teacher at the Grand Roy Government School, Miss Lisa Lewis. We want to say thank you. You will give us hope. And we want to say thank you, teachers. Thank you, teachers everywhere. Now we have two amazing boys from the Grand Roy Government School. I will let them tell you about themselves and tell you about the pieces that they're going to present to us today, or that they're going to share with us today. So let us all welcome our young people, the little people of Grand Roy Government School.
Hi, I'm Uma Morris from Grenada and I am 9 years old. This poem was composed by an 11-year-old past pupil of Grand Roy Government School, Odisha Mitchell. You friend, have you ever heard of Ligo? They fly through the air after doing voodoo. They can suck your blood all night. So you better rub with garlic and do it right. To catch them, just throw some salt. You catch them in the morning at a halt. Sukuya suck blood too, the female version of the legal book. She will suck you with all dressed and leave a big red blood spot on your chest. Make sure you sprinkle holy water because she's the devil's daughter. Did I mention Larger Bless? She only wears a long black dress. She's more beautiful than you and I, but she'll steal your soul and make you cry. Don't let her take you to a mountain home, because you will never again be free to roam. Zombies make you scared. When you think about them, you only feel dread. Make sure when you go to sleep at night, your windows are shut tight so they won't come in and cause a fright. Ghosts are spooky too. They float around and say boo. They are the spirits of the dead who have no place to lay their head. Don't let them see the fright in your face. Just hold on tight and have some faith. Thank you.
Woo! Thank you, son.
Thank you. And now we're going to have Omar from the same school, Grand Roy Government School.
Hi, my name is Giovanni Batiste from Grenada, and I am 9 years old. This story was written by an 11-year-old past pupil of Ghana Government School, Camille Luzon. The Ligaroo. It was a dark and tranquil Saturday night when I came from Sheena's sister's dancing class down the road. As I was nearing the Thomas's family graveyard, I heard a peculiar song coming from Sheena's white and green grave decorated with lovely wreaths made of tropical flowers. I spun around and all I could see was a lanky banana tree with its branches waving in the breeze, beckoning me to come. The wind whistled through the tall mango and golden apple trees nearby and sounded like an animal howling. I got so frightened that I ran all the way to my grandmother's house, which was nearby, since I was still so far from home. Please, Grandma, can I stay for the night? I asked, my voice shaking. Yes, my dear, she replied. Make yourself comfortable. She gave me something to eat, got me a blanket, and we both went to bed. After about an hour I found myself getting sleepier and sleepier as I lay watching the few stars that kept the moon company in the lonely, dark, overcast sky. I don't know how long I was asleep, but suddenly I felt like someone was on the bed trying to suffocate me. I opened my eyes, and before me was a gigantic blaze of fire with a human form within it. I tried to scream, but my voice was stuck in my throat. I tried to move, but my limbs were dead. All I could do was stare. I was terrified. I knew it was something evil, so I began to say the Lord's Prayer in my mind. Suddenly, I jumped up and realized I was alone in bed. It must have been a dream, I said to myself and went back to bed. Still a bit shaky. The next thing I felt was my grandmother tapping me on my shoulder saying, Wake up, dear, it's morning. I got out of bed and felt my tie burning me. I looked down at my chocolate brown tie and I was in awe because it had a huge blood clot mark on it. When my grandmother saw it, she shouted, Ligaroo! Ligaroo! I cried. Yes, Ligaroo, they come at night and suck your blood because they made a deal with the devil for money and he now owns their soul, she said. Don't worry, she said. I know exactly what to do to hold the culprit. She gathered some salt in her hand and began to scatter it in front of the door and on the window sills. She told me the salt would delay the Ligaroo as it would have to count each grain of salt one by one before it could leave. She then told me that before going to bed, I should rub with garlic and holy water, since Oliver cannot bear these things. I did exactly as she said that night and lay in wait. Thank you.
Well done, Omar. Omar, stay right there and ask Giovanni to come right next to you. Right next to you. Giovanni, Omar, you are brave. You are brilliant. And I want you to hear this. I want you to hear this. You have what it takes.
Yay!
And you are being endorsed. You have what it takes. I want you to repeat after me. I
have
what it takes.
What it takes.
I want you to believe that. Now, when you go home, I want you to tell your mommy and your daddy, thank you. Thank you. And look, you have done Teacher Lewis. Look at Teacher Lewis Pamper sitting in the back there. Teacher Lewis is in heaven. You guys have made her proud. Stay focused. You have what it takes. Well done and brilliant. Brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to be moving over to another young person. We're going to be, what does Lugaroo do? Because he said that was a Lugaroo. They pitch or they bounce. We're going to find out later. So we're going to go and fly on over to Grand Anse. Grand Anse, and we're still in Grenada, right? Seems as though I have a lot of Lugaroo in Grenada. And we're going to go to Miss Kellyanne. Miss Kellyanne Dubisat. Here she is, the lovely Miss Kellyanne Dubisat. She's an aspiring author and poet. Today she's going to do an original piece for you. And I hope you do your parents, Kellyanne, and your mentor proud, because she's coming right after you. So Miss Dubisat, it's all yours.
Thank you. A woman by day, a creature by night. This blood-sucking shapeshifter has parents of children in fright. She flies across the big dark sky, searching for victims who may be nearby. Through any size hole she makes her way through, and there's no telling how much damage she'll do. Throw rice round the house, the old people say. She'll have to count every grain before devouring her prey. An incredible task to complete before dawn, as the sun would rise up before she reaches the newborn. The old hag would have no choice but to flee before the people wake up and see. Thank you.
There, stay right there, Miss Dewey said. Our future looks promising. Thank you. And if your future is promising, it means that my future is also promising. So I want to thank you, and I want you to remember something. And this ain't no joke, okay? This is real. You have what it takes. No limitations. Let me know if you want a rocket launcher, a spaceship, whatever it is. Grab it and sail into the future. You have what it takes. Thank you very much. Let's hear the comments from Ms. Dubisat. Let's hear the comments. Put your comments in the chat. Lisa Thomas, that was amazing. Sari, wonderful. I haven't think about a better word than wonderful. Nice. Powerful, power to the youth. Very good. Wonderful, Kellyanne. Listen to your mentor, Kellyanne. I want you to hear this. Oh no, that wasn't, your mentor needs to put, she will tell you what she thinks when she comes on. But Teacher Lynette, I missed one from Astrid. She said it was impressive. We're off to a great start with Teacher Lynette and these young ones. So good job. Great job, Grand Roy boys. The future is in our hands. The future is in our hands. It's in good hands. Absolutely great. And Mr. Busquets said, more proof that we have what it takes at all ages. That was so wonderful and so well told. I think that was for the boys. Miss Lisa Thomas, that was for the boys. You will confer when you get on. Very good. Excellent. Let's hear what Keisha Christie, fantastic. Dubisat is the future. Dubisat, I hope you're hearing what people are saying. Aisha, give us some comments from on Facebook.
From Facebook. When the young boys from the Grand Roy Government School were speaking.
Aisha, can you mute your Facebook? Can you mute your Facebook live in the meantime? Because there's a feedback.
Right. So they said very scary. Nice. I visualized what both of you said. This was fantastic, young men. Great to have them so young. Keep it up, enjoying. Someone says sleep with your clothes on tonight on the wrong side. Excellent presentation. Wonderful storytelling. Amazing, guys. So proud of you. Well done. I love it. Brilliant. Grand Roy Government School all the way. Well written. And so on and so forth. It goes on and on. Just brilliant. Persons are logging in from Australia and all over the world. They're enjoying this.
Okay, we'll do a geographic location sometime later. But Mr. Lion, line us up, Mr. Lion, line us up as we wait for the amazing Astrid. Give us a 2 seconds. Give us a little chorus, Lion. Give us a little chorus. I see Lisa catch a spirit up there, but Lion had him stop the music. Let's go and somebody call the priest. Somebody call the priest. We need some holy water in here or something. We need an Obia man. We need an Obia man for Lisa. Thank you very much. The spirit in the cemetery. Oh, it's cemetery or symmetry? Symmetry or cemetery? What is it?
I don't know. I don't know the difference.
No, this is our in-house storyteller, Miss Astrid Mitchell, formerly known as Miss Astrid Bullen. A lot of people who went to school with her, who was on the feed, would know you as Atty, right? No, Atty has an opportunity for you this afternoon. She said if you want to make a quick buck writing, just call her. Let me tell you what's her phone number. You ready? You have a pen? You know you can write? And you want to get paid to write? Astrid is going to help you get paid. You ready? You have a pen, guys? Take the number. 473-456-6002. 473-456-6002. So our in-house storyteller writes all her pieces. And she writes the pieces specifically for our sessions. Okay? So, and our in-house storyteller also mentors young people. Miss Dubisette, that you just heard, Mrs. Mitchell mentors her. So without wasting any more time, let Miss Mitchell take the spirit from the cemetery. But I want to warn you, Guelph people. I have nothing to do with what Astrid is saying. So, Astrid, they will take it up with you later. Astrid Mitchell, go right ahead.
Okay, good evening, listeners. The story I'm about to tell you is based on fact. This actually happened, but I have fictionalized it. So let's begin. The Spirit in the Cemetery. About a quarter of a century ago, on the Caribbean island of Grenada, there lived a young man named Travis. He resided in Guelph, a fishing town on the west coast. Other Grenadians spoke of Guelph as the town that never sleeps. Some activity was always going on in Guelph, no matter the time of day or night. Like many of his peers, Travis was a fisherman. He had finished school only 3 years before and still lived with his parents. Travis dreamed of building a fishing empire with a fleet of boats that would rule the seas. He was already a skilled fisherman. The only thing keeping him from starting that empire was his gambling habit. There was an alley in Guelph known as Gun Battle. That's where Travis went to gamble. He gambled on dominoes, all fours, and whoppee. He gambled on sports. He even gambled on the color of the next car that would drive down the street. Things would have been good if Travis was a good gambler, but he lost so often that he was always broke. Sometimes Travis had to borrow money to cover his losses. That's how he came to borrow from Sean. Now, Sean was a drug dealer whom Travis had known since childhood. He had covered Travis before and usually didn't mind if Travis was a bit late in paying back. But this time was different. This time, Travis had borrowed $2,000 and Sean needed it to pay his suppliers. Travis had won $1,500 the night before, then lost it all when he tried to double it. There was talk that Sean wanted to beat him up, or even worse. So Travis fled to the tongue of Satyrs to hide. He went to the house once occupied by his Aunt Mildred, who had lived just outside Satyrs. She had died the year before. She had no children, and Travis was her only nephew. He often visited her, and he thought she would leave all her property to him. Alas, she died without leaving a will, and no one knew where she had hidden her money. That night, as Travis slept, he heard a loud, insistent pounding on the door. His heart leaped to his throat because he believed that Sean had found him. Travis crept to the window and peered outside. There he saw a man hunched over with age, knocking on the door. Curiosity got the best of Travis, and he opened the door a crack. "Who is you and what you doing here?" the old man asked. "Well, I was about to ask you the same question," Travis replied. The old man peered at him through rheumy eyes and that soon lit up with recognition. "Oh, you is Mildred family from Guelph," he exclaimed. "She always used to talk about you. Look, your picture hanging up on the wall." "Right," said Travis. "So how can I help you, Mr. Me is Kenneth," said the old man. "I is the caretaker. I is the one that I see after all Mildred property. I see the light on in the house and I was wondering who they. What you doing here?" Travis looked at the old man, wondering if he could trust him. "Come on, you could tell me," Kenneth egged him on. He seemed to want to hear Travis's story, so Travis invited him in and told him about Sean. Kenneth turned out to be an excellent listener. At some point, he produced a flask of River's rum. As they talked, they drank, and the alcohol loosened their tongues. The conversation started to take some wild twists and turns. "So Mildred leave the property for you?" asked Kenneth. "No," replied Travis. "She didn't leave no will, and nobody seemed to know where she hid the money." "Well, we could ask her," said Kenneth. Travis looked at him, but there was no hint of a smile on his face. "What you mean, ask her?" said Travis. "My grandfather was a Obia man, you know," said Kenneth. "I see him invoke the dead already." "And you know how to do it?" asked Travis. "How you mean if I know?" said Kenneth. "He showed me how to do it." Travis was not so sure about the idea. He was not comfortable with the thought of messing around with dead people and zombie. In his mind, spirits were things you should stay as far away as possible from. "Look at your situation," said Kenneth, dragging Travis back to the present. "You can't hide forever, and if you're hiding, you can't make money to pay back the fella. What your name is?" "Sean," said Travis. "Right," said Kenneth. "And if Sean find you, he might kill you. So what you have to lose?" "But why you so interested?" asked Travis. "What you have to gain?" "Well, if I help you, I'm sure you go give me a little something," said Kenneth. "Not so?" Travis thought about it for as long and as hard as the alcohol would permit. Indeed, his situation was bleak, and here was a ready solution. Okay, let we do it, said Travis. That is what I want to hear, said Kenneth. Let we go. What, we going now? Asked Travis, incredulous. No time like the present, replied Kenneth. Besides, tonight is new moon. Let we go. Travis stumbled after Kenneth to his shack. There they collected a few items, a calabash, a black candle, and what looked like a human skull. Then they set off for the cemetery. When they reached Mildred's grave, Kenneth drew a shape on the ground and stood in the middle of it. He arranged the items around him and started to mutter an incantation. As Kenneth spoke, the air got heavy, and Travis thought he would suffocate. As he was about to pass out, Mildred emerged from the bowels of the earth with a loud screech. She looked at Kenneth and Travis and then floated out of their view with a loud laugh. Wait, that was supposed to happen? Asked Travis. No, said Kenneth, sober now. I think I mixed up the spell. She just supposed to tell us where the money is and go back down. A strange sense of foreboding filled Travis. He was afraid to go back to Mildred's house, so he slept on the floor of Kenneth's shack. By the next morning, the country was full of the news of Mildred. Her spirit roamed the island and everyone was terrified. Over the next few weeks, Mildred had free rein. She haunted people as far as St. David in the south. Even the gambling houses and gun battles started to close early. For the first time in centuries, Wolves slept. Travis felt a deep sense of shame. What have I done, he said. I have to make this right. He was about to consult with Kenneth, but then thought better of it. He didn't want to make a bigger mess. Instead, he went home and spoke to his father. His dad was furious at first. We bring you up better than that, Travis, he shouted. Shh, Daddy, you go make Sean come, Travis said in a loud whisper. Just tell me what I can do to stop this madness. Travis' father went with him to different churches, seeking help to put Mildred back in her grave. In the end, it took a team consisting of a Catholic priest, a spiritual Baptist minister, and a Pentecostal preacher to trap her and keep her down. The ordeal changed Travis. He grew up in those short weeks. With his father, he approached Sean and worked out a payment plan. He was able to pay off the debt in 3 months. The good news was he stopped gambling. He soon became the proud owner of a tuna boat, then another, and then a third. He got his fishing empire, and he got something even better, the satisfaction of building his dream by the sweat of his brow. Thank you.
Guys, how was that? How was Astrid? Put your comments in. Put your comments in. But Astrid, I want to zip on over to YouTube and let you hear the comments that people making, okay?
Okay.
Now remember, Astrid is our in-house storyteller. Dr. Richard, stand by. Okay. Astrid, what are the people saying? What are the people saying on YouTube? I see that we have the Grenada Creole Society. We have Salisha Jones, Susanna Worm, Christine Maitland, Stacy Fisher, Elridge McPhee. Elridge, what's up, Elridge McPhee? The Grenada, everybody, come on, YouTube link. Try and make some comments. Tell Astrid how amazing she was. How creative, the way she weaved that story into reality and recreated our past. Let's hear what's going on the Zoom. Heather, well, listen, Astrid. Listen to Kellyanne Dubisset. Just incredible.
Just
Heather
like
Thompson, so interesting. Listen to Zolani. Listen to Master Zolani. If you get a compliment for Zolani, trust me, you delivered. Zolani said, loved it. Kai said, lovely. And these are the young people, huh? These are the young people. Oh boy. Lynette, don't pull the devil tail. Lovely, Lisa Thomas. All right, so that's a comment. Aisha, any comments from on Rampoon land? shoot. Sorry, Astrid.
Yes.
Somebody said that the prime ministers need to invoke the dead so that people would stay home. We keep them away so they can social distance. They can show that if you get compliment for Zolani, trust me, you delivered. Zolani said loved it. Aisha, can you mute the Facebook Live and give us the comments for Astrid?
Right, all right. We're on Facebook now on the Rampoon Radio page. Wonderful storytelling. Great job, Astrid. Astrid, I was on the edge of my seat. I was spellbound. Great ending. Travis turned his life around. Love it, Ati. More, please. More. Yes, too short. Bravo, bravo. It was great, but too short. You're on fire. And then people have to turn their clothes on the wrong side because they're afraid to sleep tonight. Good. Someone said that was a good moral at the end of the story. Good stuff. Now, this is what I'm talking about. That's fantastic. I'm sleeping with the lights on tonight. Turn all your clothes on the wrong side. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Right. Great. It brings back the primary school days. Bonjay, Lord of mercy. Oh boy, where's she going with this one? Invoking the dead. And so on and on. They're loving it. It's on fire up there. Great, Astrid, and all really positive comments. Thank you.
Yes, we want to thank our listeners and our supporters. They are an amazing bunch of people. You know, they encourage us most of the time. They bring the comments. They invite their friends, and you know, they are happy to have us to encourage the people to respect COVID. This is what St. Lucia, Minister of Health. He invoked the Elijah Bless. It's the Elijah Bless, but it's only the men he gonna catch. Who's going to deal with a woman? Who's going to deal with a woman? Because I hear I heard about some man that broke his foot, breaking quarantine. I just hear a little thing, so I'm just telling you about that. All right? I just want to thank Astrid for recreating that moment when Grenadians were under siege by the spirit. I really agree with the people. They should invoke another spirit. I remember those days.
I know about that.
Thank you very much, Astrid. That was brilliant. Thank you.
No problem. Anytime.
Now, another in-house storyteller. This is our in-house expert. Wait. Well, we love those Bantu nuts, girl. You just rocking it. You're just rocking it with your cute self. But I meant to go to this in-house storyteller, the master, the biochemist in the Caribbean. He spends his time analyzing and studying our plants. To me, and I think he's probably the world leading expert on herbal medicine. He might consider giving you some free advice tonight. So you can speak to Dr. Anthony Richards. Okay? Now, I want to tell you something. Those of you who are ardent cricket fans, Dr. Anthony Richards is an Antiguan. And you guys, if you know cricket, you would have known Viv Richards, right? He went to school with Viv Richards. So I guess since he went to school with Vivian Richards, he is related to Vivian Richards. So he would have to give us some of those cricket insights. Yeah? And Dr. Anthony Richards, what do you have for us today?
Do you have what it takes, or are you afraid? They asked me to tell you 3 things about duppies and jumbies and plants. Number 1, what is a jumbi? Number 2, how do you protect yourself from them? Number 3, how can you see them? Okay, first of all, a ghost and a jumbi are different. What's the difference between a ghost and a jumbi? I heard a tourist lady ask a taximan. The taximan turned around and told her directly, "Madam, ghost white and jumbi black." When a ghost is near you, you feel the place get cold, but not when a jumbie or duppy is near you, they give off heat and the place gets hot and your head gets big. Certain trees that harbor duppies also give off heat and you shouldn't plant them near your house. Okay. In our language, we have a number of things that we call duppy and jumbie. You have these, for example, which are duppy coconut. They look like coconuts, but they're not coconuts. That gives you an idea of how we use the word duppy to describe plants. A plant that is not suitable for human beings might get the name jumbie, like duppy coconut or jumbie beads. Here you have jumbie beads. These red beads are supposed to be used to protect yourself from jumbies and duppies. So we come to the next subject. How do you protect yourself? How do you use plants to protect yourself from jumbies and duppies? Do you think you have what it takes? Well, forget about garlic. Garlic protects you against ghosts. You're talking foolishness. You need mint. Rub yourself in mint. Bathe yourself in mint. You need cerasee, Karaili. The kings and priests in Ghana wreathe themselves in cerasee to protect themselves from evil influences. What garlic? When you go to a funeral and you're coming home, make sure to walk into your house backwards. You have a lamp, pour the jumbie beads into the oil of the lamp. Pour the jumbie beads into the oil of the lamp and then light the lamp, and that will keep the jumbie and duppy outside your house. Plant certain things around your house. Make sure you plant crotons on the grave to keep the duppy in the grave. Make sure you plant dragon's blood and other plants with sharp leaves. Make sure that you have aloes and that you hang it upside down over the door. What garlic? That's nonsense. Right? Cersei bush, that's what you need, Karaili. And finally, how do you get to see jumbie? You want to see jumbie? Do you have what it takes? Okay. If you go to a funeral and they're carrying the coffin and you want to see the duppy, bend over and look between your knees. I can't guarantee what you're going to see. But if you really want to be sure that you want to see a jumbie, get a dog. Dogs can see jumbie. And if you hear a dog barking like it's barking at a jumbie, go to the dog and take the coal and yampi out of the dog's eye and rub it into yours, and you will see it. You think you have what it takes? Good night.
No, Dr. Richards. Dr. Richards. What about this dog and this yampi? Oh my gosh. No. Now let's hear those responses, Dr. Richards. Listen, you see those red beads that you have? Remember those lamps? My grandmother had one of those. It used to say home sweet home, and the red beads were in the bottom of there, but I didn't know it was for the jumbie. Dr. Richards, it looked as though you set the chat on fire. Keisha said, wow. Astrid, wow, you had the people can't talk. Lynette said, oh, Geed. I guess it's for the yampi. Lisa Thomas, ha. I love it. Love it. Fab. Sorry, ew, but a great story. Astrid was telling you that a ghost is white and a jumbie is black. That she liked that. All right. Now we're gonna go on. Well, somebody else just put something powerful story, says Kais. Kellyanne Duby said, great story. We're gonna zoom on over to the YouTube page and then get a response from the Rampoon radio. Oh Lord, YouTube is on fire. You're muted. You're muted. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Gina Barnes enjoying from the Cayman Islands. Elrich McPhee, you have him wrap up in tears. Elrich, the Grenada Creole Society is just loving it. You did it again. All right, listen, Dr. Richards, my mother and my auntie is listening. They're listening from Grenada and they're enjoying it. They're enjoying it. Plenty of smiles coming from my household. You just made right there. Hey, mommy. Hey, Auntie Lina. Okay? And Dr. Charles, the people have problem with you and your garlic, getting away the garlic. They say the garlic does bring money too. And gracious, I don't want to see a Jumbie. So I hope they followed all the advice that you gave. Now, Aisha, tell us what's going on Rampoon Radio. Aisha, hold a minute for me. Hold a minute for me. Stand by, young people. Young people, you're coming up next. Aisha, go ahead.
Right. Look at that Saracen necklace. Dr. Richards warding off evil with that necklace. Oh boy. I need to stop cutting down those kuli papoy or Saracen vines. Kuli papoy is what we say in Grenada. Somebody say Lordy. I say I don't have what it takes to watch no duppy at all. Somebody say cake and coffin in the road. So tonight everybody going home early. Voluntary lockdown, Jumbie in the road. I'm going now to rub myself in some mint. I have what it takes. I ain't afraid she wants to see the duppy. I don't have what it takes. I don't have no dog. That was wonderful, too funny. I know who talks some Jumbie. Well, that one is written in a foreign language. I know dogs see Jumbie. Ashe, ashe. People loving it, doctor. Can't read that sign. It's a little upside down for me. I still can't read it. Lord Father, is that what it says? Duppy, oh God. So people are loving it. Duppy and upside it down. Oh, Duppy, oh my God.
Dr. Richards, when you're trying to do this, people, this duppy
have me seeing Duppy, oh Lord.
You're making people see Duppy. What kind of thing? Come, bring the mint, bring the mint, bring the mint, bring the mint, bring the mint. Luke Garou. I hope you guys stay back for the after party. I hope you guys stay on for the after party. Thank you, Dr. Richards. You are indeed a walking cultural encyclopedia. We thank you for all your lovely and wonderful insights and continued support. Now, I know a lot of you parents have been on pins and needles, waiting for your young people. Now, I want the young people to take a walk. Ricky, stand by. As they call their name, I want you to pin them. And before you tell your story, Zolani, you next. I want people to see your outfits. These young people went all out with their outfit. So I want you to be able to show your appreciation. Okay? I am going to introduce them and they're going to take a walk before they start the story. And we're going to start with Zolani. Zolani is from Barbados. And this handsome young man, Zolani, stand up and take a walk. Let people see your outfit. Stand on the chair. Stand on the chair. He is 7 years old. He is 7 years old. And he is Zolani Moore. All right, Zolani, pause. Turn around. And give a step. Show them, represent the men. Zolani, give us a pose. Represent the men. Represent the men. Thank you very much, Zolani. Get ready to read. Good job. You're looking too sweet. You're looking too smart. And after Zolani, we're going to go to the young Sarai. You got to see Sarai, guys. Sarai is ready for this. Where is Sarai? Sarai is ready. Take your walk, Sarai. Take your walk, Sarai. Step, Sarai. Step, Sarai. Yes, step, Sarai. Shut up. Woo! Nice. Good job. Pause. And another one. Excellent. Thank you very much, Sarai. Well done. We're going to see your face in a minute. What these young people don't settle, Adrian. These young people do not accept mediocrity. Okay? Now we're going to go to soon to be 10 years old. I have to make sure and tell you guys that. Soon to be 10 years old. We want the lovely Sari Green. Take a step, Sari. Give us a pause. Give us a pause, Sari. Yes. Turn around. Turn around. All right. There we go. Represent. Good job, Sari. Thank you very much. And we're gonna, this one here is very proud, is extremely proud of her age. Come, step. Come and take a step. Miss Amma Small, 10 years old. Miss Amma Small, take a step. Come back by the table. Take, you see, Dr. Richards, I got my broom to keep the spirits upside down. Pose, Amma.
Congratulations, 10-year-old.
Right? So that was Amma. Now we're gonna move over to the lovely guys. Look at that Bantu nuts. I want you to stand up on the chair. Look at that Bantu nuts, guys. The beautiful Aria Noel. Aria Noel, take a step, pause, Aria. Pause. Yes. And another one. And another one. Yes. And another one. All right, young people. Well done. Thank you very much. So let's get started. Sit, Emma. Hold.
I hear you.
Sarai, you're muted.
On my screen, she's not.
Hold on, Zolani. You're coming up just now. I know you're excited.
I know
Sarai?
it's on my screen. And she's not muted now.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Sarai.
Khan's people from myths and legends.
Thank you.
They live in southern Africa, and experts say there is evidence that they are one of the oldest peoples in the world. Archaeologists can record their history for up to 200,000 years. They have no names for themselves. They just call themselves the people in their own language. They have been named by nearby tribes and some and by European settlers who invaded as Bushmen. Both names were meant as insults to start with. Some people who study their history using sand today, but it seems that many of the people themselves prefer Bushmen. They are proud of its original boer, meaning of outlaw, that was given to them in their long fight against the colonists.
They now live in and around the area of the Kalahari Desert, and less than 100,000 are believed to remain. They were once thought, along with the Khoi, who come from the same ethnic background, to have roamed throughout much of sub-Saharan Africa before the Bantu people of Western Africa were farmers and warriors, moved south about 1,500 years ago. The Bushmen were, and many have tried to remain, hunter-gatherers. They have an incredible knowledge of the wildlife and plant life of their area, enabling them to exist in quite a difficult environment, and their powers of tracking animals are legendary. They have a deep respect for all life, plants or animals. They believe that all living things, humans, animals, and plants, are connected to one another. They believe that everything that is taken from nature must meet a need and should be no more than is required for the community.
Traditionally, they lived in small kinship families, groups of about 25, and moved around their lands. as the different plants they eat and use ripen. They made their temporary homes in caves, rocky overhangings, or shelters of branches and leaves. In the dry times of early spring, when there was little plant life, they would gather near to a water hole, to which animals would also come to drink. A number of related groups would come together now and then to exchange news and gifts, very important, for marriages and social occasions. Decisions were made with the whole group being involved, along with the chief or shaman. These leaders were not rulers. They had no direct control over the lives of others. However, they did possess the authority which their reputation or for wisdom, spiritual power gave them. Between the sexes, men and women's roles were traditionally different, but their status was fairly equal, and they were not afraid of sharing in each other's roles. Women would sometimes join in a hunt, and men would sometimes help with the gathering of plants. Children were very important to the San, and get plenty of time to play as well as learn. To relax, they would sit, often around a central fire, and chat, joke, and sing, and sometimes engage in the sacred dancing, the ritual medicine or healing dance, and the rain dance were very important to the group, and everyone would take part.
What do the Kang believe? From myths and legends. Bushmen believe in one creator god and a number of lesser deities. They also believe that every living thing has a spirit. Their shaman are able to break the thin veil between the physical world and the spiritual world through their ritual dances and their rock art. They also pay respect to the spirits of the dead. They believe that when the world was first created, people and animals were all one and lived together in harmony and mutual understanding. The eland, a large type of antelope, has strong spiritual importance for many Bushman groups and is used in rituals such as boys coming of age.
Bushmen have long storytelling traditions and, like many cultures, use these stories of gods to teach about what is good and moral behavior. Sanwa art is to be found over a wide area of sub-Saharan Africa and spans a period from 10, maybe 20,000 years, right up to modern times. It is nowadays realized that the Bushman rock art has much deeper spiritual meaning than just showing everyday life or trying to influence events. Example, in hunting, the rock itself is seen as a veil between this world and the spiritual world, and the painting helps the veil to be broken and the powers used by the shaman.
Who is Kang from myths and legends? Kang is the creator god who made every form of life on earth and is the god of all natural things and beings. For a while, he lived with his creations before taking himself to his realm in the sky with the secret of immortality. However, through his descendants and his messengers, his wisdom can still be accessed by those who know how to love. King married the sorceress Koti and had two sons, Kogas and Gui. There are many myths and stories about Kang, including some where he defeats death. In one of the myths, he is eaten by an ogre and then vomited back alive. In another, he is killed by the spiky thorns of an enemy, and his bones are picked clean by ants. He then reassembles his skeleton and comes back to life. This death and return has some similarities with the gods of other early religions. For example, Osiris, god of the dead in Egypt, the Babylonian fertility deity Tammuz, and Adonis in Greek mythology. Is it possible that any of them has some beginnings in Africa? And it is interesting to compare the fall of
mankind from the state of harmony with all the world through his own disobedience with many other creation stories in many other religions worldwide.
Long ago, all the animals and all the human beings lived together beneath the surface of the world in peace with great God kind, the creator of all things. Every creature understood every other, and no creature wanted for anything. Although there was no sun, it was light and warm, and all lived in comfort and harmony. During this blissful time, Cain began to plan the world above where all creatures would eventually live. First, he created a wondrous, magnificent tree, the branches of which were spread over the entire surface of the country. He then created all the wonders within it. When he was satisfied that all was good, he dug a hole deep down to where the humans and animals were living.
He took a man by the hand and led him up through the long passageway to the world above. He sat the first man down by the hole and they waited. Soon a woman wandered up through the hole and the couple explored their new world with all the wonders in it. Delighted with everything, they called down the long passageway, and soon the other people, all the animals, led by the inquisitive long-necked giraffe, were streaming out of the hole.
What wonders they found! The exciting birds flew up high into the tree, twittering there. That's all they could. Twittering there, delighting at all they could see. And many animals jumped and scrambled into the branches, wanting to see further for themselves.
Amidst the excitement and noise, the great god king, pleased at their delight with his creation, called all people and animals together under the tree. I will tell you the laws of this new world, he said. You are to live together in peace and harmony. You will talk together and listen to each other. But this is a new world and very fragile. Turning to the humans, he went on, under no circumstances must you make fire. To do such a thing would be to bring great evil upon this beautiful world. They promised solemnly that they would never do this. Satisfied, Kang left them to enjoy their new world and went away to watch in secret. For a while, all went well. But then the sun started to slowly sink beneath the horizon. All the people and animals gathered to watch this strange phenomenon. But once the sun had gone, the world became dark and cold.
The humans could not see as they lacked the eyesight of the other creatures. The humans began to become cold as they lacked the fur and feathers of the other creatures. The humans began to be afraid. They huddled together in an effort to keep warm. They shared their worries with each other. What is happening? Will the sun ever return? The fear spread fast among them. The animals too began to be afraid as they saw the people change and heard what the people were saying. As the dark time continued, the fear began to turn into panic. We're gonna freeze to death. How can we live if we can't see? And soon, one man shouted, "We must start a fire, then we will have light and warmth, and we will survive."
Yes, All the people agreed, forgetting the words of Kang and their promise to him. The fire was lit, and the humans gathered around and could see each other in its light and could feel the warmth of the flames on their chilled bodies. They started to relax and smile at each other. They turned to their friends, the animals, only to find that they had started to run away, terrified of the fire. Come back! There is nothing to fear. The people stood and shouted, but the animals could no longer understand them, and only heard shouts and yells, which terrified them further. In no time at all, every creature had run away and hidden.
Suddenly, the people now remember their promise to Kang. Suddenly, the people now remember their promise to Kang. Sadly, the people now remember their promise to Kang. Sadly, the people now remember their promise to Kang and realize that by breaking it, they had also broken the understanding between humans and animals forever. That's it.
The story ends. The word ends. I want a pen to write me Nenen.
That was our young people. Our future is in good hands. Put your comments. While we wait for the comments, I want King Kais. I want Kais. King Kais. Where are you, King Kais? I want you to take your walk, King Kais. Where is King Kais? Move your chair, Kais. We want to see all of you. All of you guys.
Wonderful.
Wonderful. Yes. Step down, guys. Take a walk. I want to see the top now.
The
King Kai sitting on his throne. Excellent. Excellent. Kai, how did you come up with your outfit? Tell us how you came up with your outfit.
Ma'am, this was how an African king would look.
Uh-huh.
So I just got the materials needed.
Uh-huh.
And my mommy helped me make it,
Uh-huh.
Then I got feathers to put in the hat.
Uh-huh.
I put some gems on it.
Cool.
And
so
then I made it like a coat.
Well, you didn't miss anything. You have all your jewelries, all your riches. Where are your wives?
Don't have any.
You don't have any. Okay, okay.
Child.
Nice answer. Excellent job, young people. Excellent job, young people. Let's hear the comments. Let's hear the comments. While we get the comments for the young people, I want you to put your comments for the young people and tell us where you're logging in from. Also tell us where you're logging in from. Lisa Levi, are you sleeping? Stand by. I know it's late in England.
But it was too late.
So young people,
On TV, mommy.
All right, mute for me a little bit. Mute for me a little bit. I think who's that? All right, keep it muted a little bit. Right? Listen, Zolani, listen to what the people say. Great going, young people from Shaman. Well done, Zikaran James. Excellent, Dr. Richards. Children are the best people in the world. That's from Lisa Thomas. I guess when you don't have to get them to do chores, you can say that. The children were all great from Venora Lago. Well done, Heather Thompson. The kids rule. The children brought the power once again. Dr. Anthony Richards. Listen, guys. Are you listening, Aria? Listen to Dr. Amina Meeks. She said the children are awesome. They are really, really awesome. Wonderful. Keisha Christie. Kellyanne Dubis said, excellent job. Lisa Thomas, marvelous, outstanding. Lynette, great job, young ones. You have done it. Love your outfits, especially that long plait of hair. The long hair remind me of the mermaid that I swam with in the river. It was interesting. All right. Okay. Let's move on over to Rampoon Radio.
Right, from the Rampoon Radio, I should tell you guys that right now in Grenada, it's raining cats and dogs. Rampoon is saying these kids are adorable in their African print outfits. They're going all out. I appreciate the effort. They are too sweet. Nice one. Really are. I love it. And the fab makeup and Pam. Oh, that was about Dr. Anthony's necklace. Great job to all the writers and storytellers. The kids are awesome. Shout out to Heather from the Bahamas. The future of storytelling is in good hands. Look at the African prince. Sweetie Pie, I'm a great reader. Kids are fantastic. Great experience for them. Loving the story of the Bushman. Very well presented. These kids are so brave and wonderful storytellers. The kids are great. I am learning so much from these fabulous presentations by the young people. Stunning outfits, awesome kids. They are too sweet. Love it too bad. Sweet. That was awesome. Bravo, bravo. Bibo Ben, the story end. Good collaborative job. This was really good. Always good to be in character. Makes it easier to tell your story. Oh, so sweet. They're amazing. Grenada to the world. Watching it in Nassau, Bahamas. Well done, children. It's always refreshing seeing young people embracing literacy. That was amazing from the children. Watching from Toronto, said Nelsia. Auntie, please kiss Emma for me. Oh, well, me or you. Grenadian living in New York, logged in. Everybody's checking. So awesome. That's it from Rampoon.
Okay, on the YouTube, pretty outfit and face painting. Excellent job, son. I guess, guys, you're a bright star. Susanna Worms, second girlfriend. Guys, tell her, no, you don't need no second girlfriend, just one. Alison Harvey, fabulous children. Althea Gray, Mackenzie, greetings from Washington, D.C. I am new to this group and I'm completely delighted by everything I've heard. This is impressive, Anne, and thank you for making it possible for me to support. Thank you, Althea. Brave boy, Bushman, keep high, son. And Ricky wants to remind you to stay around for the conversation on Zoom. We're going to post the Zoom link so you can come in and have a conversation with us. If any of the links get disconnected. Altia again, excellent, and please listen to this. Altia said, excellent, and please let everyone know that they are all big up them status. Your performance and your presenters are tremendous. You know when I hear the word tremendous from DC, it doesn't give me concern. And I will be washing in mint too, Dr. Richard. Big up to you, Anne. Susan, I'm an excellent job. You are the bomb. Great grandmother and auntie, proud of you, and others are all locked in. Maitland, listen to what Christy Maitland, will that Canadian children would get this lesson and these stories in their school? Well done. Elridge, yes. Great outfit, King. And we said, okay, guys, people want you to have wives, but let them know that you're going to be representing, okay? Guys, they say with all your jewelries, you need to have more than one wife. And Valerie Charles, great job. Loving it. Auntie Anne and Auntie Aisha and Valerie. Oh, cool. I guess it's family. Valerie, big up Valerie. Oh, yes, Valerie. Thanks. Nice to see you. Bahamian living in Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. Thank you for sharing. Okay? So we have some great comments. Guys, you're well received. Your hard work is not in vain.
And it's somebody's birthday today that is one of my families.
Whose birthday, guys? I mean Zolani.
My cousin Kara.
Okay, tell Karen happy birthday for her, and we're going to sing happy birthday for her later, okay?
Yes, please.
All right. So, guys, We really love the energetic responses the kids. We really appreciate it. Okay? And we're moving on up. We're crossing the pond. And we're going to this lovely lady. The upbeat, the interactive, Miss Lisa Levi, and I like to call her Thomas. She's a poet. She's a storyteller. She's a teacher. To know more about Lisa, you need to go onto her website, riverstories.com. And in that riverstories.com, you guys got to listen to the new one that she put out, The Bushman. Got to hear The Bushman. And the little thing about Lisa, the multi-talented Lisa. I like to believe, and maybe the brilliant Dr. Anthony Richards is going to map your DNA. She's going to map your DNA and show the connection between you and my brother Malcolm X. We know we love you. We got to mention Malcolm X. Guys, you got to hear Lisa Thomas. Lisa, it's all yours. What do you have for us today?
Well, Dr. Richards, you see, I've also got jumbie beads. We call them jumbie beads in Trinidad, and I think in Dominica as well. So I've got my jumbie beads and I'm good to go. And like everybody has been saying before, jumbie is more than just the spirit. Sometimes jumbie is the mood in it. And all those young people that are doing such an excellent job, you know, you get the feeling that they don't really believe it, you know? So I'm here to tell them that long time people say, spirit and duppy will take you away. Don't doubt me. Long time people say, jobless and lagahu make you stray. Catch you in the dark on a full moon night. Take your spirit or take your life. So careful how you go, or devil eat your soul. And you're never going back home singing, Manje divawe zotye ezot lame. Have all kind of bush folk. The mother of the river called Mama Glow. Believe me, have Papa Boy too, living in the bush with the lagahu. Have duens with the backward foot, and Moko Jumbi waiting on the road. Under the silk cotton tree, lose your soul if you sleep. So careful of who you meet, singing Manje divawe manzotie sotlame. Black Bee bringing news. A jumbie bird call is somebody dead soon. Bad luck to play with shadow. And Maljo always follow cockcrow. Throw down salt to stop sukiya. At night, enter your house walking backward. Cause you never know if jumbie trail you home. And don't take money from the road. Singing, Manje divawe manzotie sotlame. Why, Ben?
Brilliant, brilliant as usual. Thank you very much, Lisa. I absolutely love it. And I also love how you were well received. You know?
I want to say that all of the young people have been just so outstanding. I can't believe their instinct for storytelling. I can't believe the work they put in to make such a smooth and wonderful presentation. It's been a joy this evening just to see them, if nothing else. And there's been a lot to enjoy. So thank you, Anne. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you, Lisa, again. Send Lisa some love, guys. Send Lisa some love and likes. As Rampoon Radio would say, send Lisa some love and likes. Love and likes, Lisa. We love you all. Our in-house storyteller. Lisa, let's hear the comments. Kellyanne, love this one. Absolutely lovely. Great acting as well as telling the story. That's some young Sari. Vanora Legault. Love the story. Absolutely amazing. Speechless. The king says speechless. The king is speechless. Brilliant. Heather Thompson. Go, Lisa. Stand by, Heather. We have some greetings from the the National Association of Black Storytellers. Where are these Black storytellers in the US or are they in Canada? Let us know where you are. We're happy to have you. Welcome. So she said that the storytellers, the children was so good. We call them River Beads in Grenada. That's Lynette, wealth of knowledge. Anyway, I should tell you people that her tablet got a charge. So she's switching to Rampoon Radio. Big up Rampoon Radio. Big up the children. Aria has a future in storytelling. Aria, you heard that? In fact, she has a present. Well done from the great Mr. Adrian Green. Guys, I want some comments on Adrian Green's poem. Tell me where Adrian should take these poems. Give us some comments on that. Lisa Lewis, excellent children. We heard their voices. Zikaran says, awesome outfits. That's for the children, Lisa. Great going, young people.
Those outfits were fabulous.
Yes, young people, you were well received. Zolani said, lovely. Zolani going to celebrate the auntie birthday. And he says, lovely. Let's see what's happening on YouTube. Tell us where you guys are and where you're coming from. But I want to say hello again and when Dr. Richard said, this gentleman is so charming. You know, we're talking about 90-year-old Mr. John Riley. I just love this man. He has a wealth of knowledge and he's sharp like a tack. Don't talk, listen. You guys really have to go onto YouTube and see the complete video from Mrs. Lucas. The complete video from Mrs. Lucas, 91 years old. And I want the young people to listen to her. She used to be a principal. She used to be someone who would train the teachers so that they can teach properly. I think I would vote for her to come back into the school system. All right. So thank you guys. And I'm happy that you're here. I'm going to check in with YouTube shortly. But before I do that, let's hear from the Bahamas. Let's hear from the lovely Miss Heather Thompson. Okay? Heather is a newbie. She is a newbie. So we got to baptize her with some serious love, right? Heather is a lawyer by profession. She would tell you that she's retired, but she ain't nothing like anybody to be retired. She is an actress, a poet. She's having a little difficulty with the technology. Read the expression on the face. You can tell she's an actress. You can read everything. She's a writer, and Heather is now a storyteller. She's doing an original piece, and she's bringing to you something spiritual that's folklore from the Bahamas. And I want you to pay attention because, guys, they said, Lisa is going to say, you got to choose your husband wisely. King Kites, you got to choose your wives wisely. Stand by, Miss Keisha, Christy, and it's all over to you, Lisa. What do you have for us today? Sorry, Heather Thompson. Heather Thompson.
Okay. I wasn't sure. Good evening, everyone.
The dyslexia came in late today.
My story is called How Miss Lucy's Spirit Came Free. You know that Bahamian children's song, Miss Lucy hang herself in the mango tree, and when she come back, her lover was gone. Well, that's me. I'm Miss Lucy. Now, the ancestors, they didn't like the fact that I'd hung myself. So they decided to punish me by making me stay within 1 mile of the tree. It was a cold, hard, lonely existence. So I was really happy when in 1933, a big hurricane came through Great Harbor Key and it knocked the tree down. So I thought, okay, good. This is my chance. I'll be free to move. But it wasn't so. So I just mulled around and nothing much happened until just after the Second World War, Mr. Ian Mackenzie from England, he built this beautiful fairy castle house over the stump of the tree. Now, I was okay with that, but then he had to go and bring his bride, Miss Margaret. Now, you know I didn't like that. I had to break up that dolly house. Now, Miss Margaret, she couldn't see me. I was like a wisp of smoke or a breath of air. One day, she was on the balcony, and I went up to her and I said, he's gonna leave you the same way George left me. She gave a little shudder. I twist the knife even more. I said, ask him about Eliza. She nearly pitched over that balcony. But sure enough, that evening, she went up to Mr. Ian and she said, darling, do you know someone called Eliza? And Mr. Ian went white, and he stuttered and he said, I don't think so. Why do you ask? Well, naturally, she was a little surprised at that reaction. So the next afternoon, I dug the knife in even deeper. And I said, ask him about Eliza. And she did. And she kept on asking, and he kept on wishy-washy and not really giving an answer. Till finally, after about 3 weeks of this, they were just two of them sitting at the dinner table. And she asked the question, and he didn't give no real answer. And so she got up from the table, calm. She went up the stairs. She went to her room. She packed a small valise. She came downstairs. She went out the front door and was never seen again. A couple of days later, Mr. Ian left too. And the house was just left like nothing had happened, like they were going to step right back in, but no one did. So all the local people, they said, you know, Miss Lucy Sparrett hid in this house. I don't think we better go there. So no one came around. And so it was a big surprise to me. Around 1980, I heard this voice coming out of the foyer. I was in the garden, so I quick time go back and see what happened. I see the short, bouncy, pretty girl pointing here and pointing there. Yes, we'll have the archway with the garland here, and the guests can sit over here, and we'll have the flower girls walking up from here. I said, oh, no. She could not be planning a wedding in my house. I have to put a stop to that. So I went up to her and I pinched her nose. And she just played, she acted like nothing happened. So I say, well, more drastic measures are needed. So I stuck my foot out in front of her, and she came over, and she tripped, and she fell, and she was about to hit the ground when her fiancé, Mr. Peter, he caught her. He said, Helen, this isn't a good sign. I don't think we should have the wedding here. So she said, really? Yeah, I mean, everybody says Miss Lucy Sparrett hide in this house. He said, man, Peter, you don't really believe in spirits and ghosts, do you? Well, I'm not sure, but, I don't get a good vibe. And besides that, it'd be a lot cheaper if we got married, before JP. He said, I know, Peter, but, I never had anything special, not even a birthday party. I really want this. And he said, okay, Helen, if that's what you want, then that's what we'll do. I sure hope Miss Lucy Sparrett behave herself. And when he said that, I thought to myself, you know what? If a man is prepared to put himself out for a woman like that, then let them have the wedding. I won't interfere. And as I came to that decision, I just felt like a freedom come over me, like a soaring spirit. And I could move. I could go anywhere in the world. And I did. But you know what? I always come back to Great Harbor Key. And the next time I come back, I'm going to teach the children a new song. Miss Lucy Sparrett, done set free. She come out of the mango tree. Debo Ben, my story end. I'll never tell a lie like that again.
Hold on. Well done. You know what? You know what they said about you lawyers? That you all can tell a story good. You all can tell a story good. You delivered that story. Well done.
Amazing! Amazing, I did.
You heard that, Miss Heather? You heard that,
No.
Mrs. Thompson? Zolani, say that
No.
again. Say that again, Zolani.
That's amazing.
7-year-old Zolani said you were amazing. Thank you, Zolani. Thank you very much, Heather. Thank you very much. You told that story. Guys, we know that some of you may want to leave. You all had enough? You all had enough? Tell me if you all had enough.
No, ma'am.
No.
No.
No. All right.
No.
Okay. Okay. Mute for me now. Mute for me now. Heather loved it. You're feeling the vibes. Great. Love the ending. Very, very good. Beautiful. Love it. Enough respect to the Bahamian storyteller. Lovely. The Caribbean. Actually, this is a comment for Adrian Green. Adrian, it is incomparable. It must be heard. It must be hard not to get lazy. Keep it up, brother Adrian. Your poetry blesses us. Adrian's poem is my new anthem. New to play it at the future events in Canada. I wonder if I should put Astrid on blast now so that Adrian could get a response from Astrid. The response that she received. Well, Astrid will let us know if she wants to say anything. All right. I'm going to go on over to YouTube. Heather, you have lots of love on Rampoon Radio, but Aisha's tablet is down. So I would like somebody who's on Rampoon Radio to give us the comments, to come in on the Zoom and give us the comments for Heather. All right. In the meantime, I'm going to go on over to YouTube and hear what they're saying, Heather. Heather, they said Miss Lucy still in Great Harbor Cay. Well done, Heather. Whoa, that was great. Larry Nazim said LOL. Christine Maitland, applause from Toronto. Thank you, Heather. Larry says, my happy hour without tequila. Listen, Heather, Larry not drunk. He had no tequila, so he received you. Susan said it was well delivered. Very good. You are such a great actor. Lovely. Enough respect to the one called Heather. All right. Excellent job. Great expressions. Anybody in on Rampoon Radio to give us the feedback from Rampoon Radio? Now, if you're on the live and you want to get in touch with us, all right, you can send us a quick email. You can give us a message on rampoonradio.com or send a quick email to the caribbeanstory@gmail.com. The caribbeanstory@gmail.com. Yes. gmail.com. Thank you very much, Heather. And we're going to move on up. We're going to leave the Bahamas with a little crabby weather today. They usually have nice sunshine. And we're going to move over to the lovely Miss Keisha Christie. Keisha, she is coming in from out of Toronto. She's coming in from out of Toronto, and she's an animated storyteller, a motivational speaker, and many other things. She's another multi-talented one. Listen to Keisha as she captivates you and ignites your imagination. For more about Keisha, I want you to check her out. Listen carefully. I want you to check her out at Talking Tales, TALKIN, Tales, TALES.ca. TalkingTales.ca, and you will find out more about Keisha. She had a podcast. She's going to tell you more about that sometime later. If you can stay in the after party, we would love that. Lady Keisha, speak to us. Minister to us, Keisha.
Thank you so much. This story is called Rainy Day Duppy Stories 12 through 35, and it's written by C.J. Farley. Hurricane Charlie was hurling down on Jamaica, and instead of cutting their yearly vacation short, Winnie's parents packed her up and sent her to her grandmother's house in the countryside, a little town called Change Your Life. As a matter of fact, this town was so small that the word town was too big for it. The bus didn't even stop there. It just slowed down like it was watching an accident, and Winnie had to jump off with all of her bags. Then she had to hike a mile to get her grandmother's house. She had to walk past the church, past the graveyard, and up a hill to get to Grandma's house. Grandma's place was a squat wooden cottage with a whole bunch of rusty nails, and if you didn't mind sharp, you could catch your clothes or prick your finger. Well, there really wasn't much to do at Grandma's house. Grandma didn't even have Wi-Fi, TV, or radio, and Winnie had forgot her smartphone charger at home. So the only thing she could do was stare out of the window, watching the lemon trees get battered by the weather. And Grandma would spin duppy stories. According to Grandma, duppies were spirits that were anchored to the earth by old rusty nails. Well, Winnie looked around and she said, Grandma, are they all here? Because there are lots and lots of rusty nails. Winnie's grandmother laughed and she said, what do you know? Well, the stories continued and the weather came battering down. So Winnie couldn't even go outside. All she could do was listen to story after story. By day 3, Winnie couldn't hide her boredom. She said, Grandma, what is the difference between duppy stories and ghost stories? Which one is better? Grandma looked at Winnie and said, ghost stories are to scare you, but duppy stories are to learn you. Well, that sat with Winnie for a minute, and the stories went on, and Winnie was quiet. But when day 7 arrived, the last day of her vacation, she knew that her parents were coming. She was up early as the sun smiled into the sky. She was dressed and ready to run down the hill. And when the bus made its weekly slowdown, Winnie rushed out of the cottage. But on her way out, she caught her shirt on one of those rusty nails, and she had to pull and pull till she pulled the whole nail out of the wall. She'd worry about that later. She ran down to greet her parents. She hugged her mother and her father, and they squeezed her so tight, a little too tight. She thought they were a little more excited to see her than she thought they would be. She said, what's the matter? It's not like Grandma didn't feed me. Well, her mother started to tell her that the weather was so bad and the phones were knocked out, the roads were blocked, and as her mother continued to sputter on, her father interrupted and said, you said your grandmother fed you? Yeah, Winnie said. I got fried plantain, curry goat, ackee and saltfish. I ate well. And that's when it happened. Winnie's mother said, but Winnie, your grandmother died 7 days ago. Right here, she was waiting for you at this bus stop when a car hit her. Your cousins buried her in the graveyard up that way and went downhill for shelter. That's why we couldn't get a message to you. We couldn't get a message to them. We've been trying to get a hold of you for a week. Winnie looked at her mother and her father, and she said, well, if Grandma's dead, then who? Winnie turned around and shot up the hill, and her parents were running right behind her. She burst through the open door, but there was no sign of Grandma. But the wind was just howling through the rooms, and the only sound was the sound of the rusty nail as it fell from the little girl's palm. Thank you.
Excellent. Well delivered. You see the creativity, the imagination? Brilliant. Brilliant. Let's get a comment. Lovely. Zolani says lovely.
Thank you.
Oh dear, Kai said she's sorry for the girl, but it was a good story. Really good. Why? Aisha said, Astrid said, oh my God. Lisa Thomas said, sweet. All right. Okay, let's go on over to YouTube and then we'll have Astrid tell us what's going on in Rampoon land.
I got you, man.
Zolani, mute for me for a little bit. Mute a little bit. Keisha, you light up. You sound so good. Your actions was a great blessing. Excellent. And it's sad that grandma died. Heather, you rock. Miss Lucy, still in Great Bahama. We got that already. Astrid, tell us what's going on in Rampoon land. Unmute, Astrid.
Yeah, so Heather is saying, oh my God, Grandma is, oh God. Yeah, great story and presentation, Corrine. That one was really great. Brilliant writing by Harriet. Great story, Beverly. Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah,
all
that's
right.
all I'm seeing.
Well done. Thank you very much, Astrid. Ladies and gentlemen, hailing from the land of wood and water, the land of wood. I wonder if she turn. Wait, what's going on? Elijah Bless, Dr. Amina Meeks.
Can't you see me? I'm hearing you.
Oh, girl, I thought you disappeared on me, young girl.
No, I don't have those dopey powers yet.
You don't have dopey powers. Right. So, guys, we have the lovely Miss Amina Meeks. And she is Jamaican. Can't hide it. I want you to take this down. And I'm going to also put it in the chat right away. I want you to take this website down. Amina Blackwood, because I always get in trouble with that name. Meeks.com. Amina Blackwood Meeks.com. And I want you to zip on over there. Or you can also check out on YouTube. You'll find her on YouTube. She's all over the place. All over the place. Dr. Meeks, I love you.
Thank you. Loving you right back.
You are a legend. You said you're a citizen of the world. You are indeed a citizen of the world. Dr. Meeks is a writer, a director, a performer, and she is the custodian of oral traditions. I want you again to check out on AminaBlackwoodMeeks.com and on YouTube. Listen to what I said. Her name is Dr. Amina Blackwood. We have black, we have wood, and we have Meeks. As if that is not enough, the government of Jamaica decided that they would add a couple more letters. I feel she had the whole alphabet in she name. She was just being honored with a badge of honor for service and culture by the Jamaican government. So she has Dr. Amina Blackwood Meeks with a whole set of honors and them from UWI and other places. And she added BHM for her meritorious service to culture. Dr. Amina Meeks, to all storytellers and story listeners everywhere, I say thank you. You have all our ears, Dr. Meeks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Big salute to you, Anne, and all the storytellers, and big salute to the children especially. They are awesome. I'm going to go right into my story, which is about a Kendall crash. There's a place in Jamaica called Kendall, and there was a great train crash there in 1957. out of which many Duppy stories have come. So if you know the song, whenever you feel like joining in, join in. Everybody ought to know. Everybody ought to know. Everybody ought to know that when you're going to talk about Duppy, you're supposed to dress right for the Duppy. You have to turn your shoes left and right. If you're wearing socks, you have to put on 2 different color socks. And if you can't find 2 different color socks, you have to roll up one and roll down one. If that is not enough, you have to put a pin somewhere in whatever you're wearing. And if you still doubt yourself, you make sure you have on something with a little red. Plenty more things I would like to tell you about how to keep away a Duppy, but I get to understand that nowadays, Duppy on WhatsApp, and them telling them one another all the things you are doing to get rid of them. So by the time you reach home and think if you walking backwards, Duppy won't see you, they have already counteracted your little plan. And finally, when you're going to meet Duppy, you're supposed to have some riddles. Riddle me this, riddle me that, guess me this riddle and perhaps not. Going to town, coming from town, me face turn to town. Anybody have the answer to that riddle? Them says a tree, because the tree don't have back nor front. But it sound more like a dwen to me. You know what a dwen is? That is the baby who dead before him could be baptized. So him head, him foot, him whole body mix up and him end up walking with him feet behind in front. And you better know which way you going. Or is you and the dwen? Well, them say, once upon a time, the most convenient way to travel from point A to point B was by train. Especially if you're going from Kingston to Montego Bay. Now the Jamaican teachers had a way to make sure you know the 26 train stations by name. The train stations from Kingston to Montego Bay are Kingston, Gadri Park, Spanish Town, Maypen, Four Parts, Kendall. And by the time them reach Kendall, his teacher alone know the recitation. And everybody just keeping rhythm like them know it. Hapadap, 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 hapadap. Till them reach where only 4 train stations leave to reach Montego Bay and the whole class ball out. Montpellier, Catadupa, Ipswich, and rise to a crescendo, Montego Bay. Well, them say, that one bright September morning in 1957, the St. Anne's Roman Catholic Church in Kingston had an excursion from Kingston to Montego Bay. 1,600 people pile up into the train that was built to take about 900. That sounds like a middle passage business to me. You have to expect that somebody is going to go overboard before them reach. Well, when them reach Spanish Town, a lady say it come into her like a particular kind of heat coming up from the bottom of the train. And everybody had to know, say when the pit about, the place get hot. So she asked the driver to stop. And she and her husband take with themselves and come off of that train. Everybody who did not know what she knew start to laugh after she and her husband. So, them reach Montego Bay and nothing bad don't happen. Them had a grand time and them chat the lady and them chat her husband about how them stupid and what a lovely excursion they missed. Well, everybody had to know. Everybody ought to know that is not the first time leaf drop a river bottom. It rotten. So the excursion finished now, late at night, and it is time to return to Kingston. And you know, so them used to have some wicked teacher who make you have to learn the train stations back way. The train stations from Montego Bay to Kingston are Montego Bay, Ipswich, Catadupa, Montpelier. And when them coming back now, it's time to pass the time by guessing riddles. Riddle me this, riddle me that, guess me this riddle and perhaps not. What a policeman and a train have in common? Anybody know that riddle? They both go from station to station. And when them reach Ipswich, hapadap, 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 some unruly boy hop on that, hop up on the train, in the train, and a woman start to whisper that the hair on the back of her head stand up. And everybody ought to know. Everybody ought to know what that mean. But everybody never know. And the unruly boy them start to walk up and down the train, demanding what people have. Give me that, give me that, give me that. And a man take them on. Him trying to calm them down. So him say, you can get anything I have if you can guess the riddle I have. And him start to guess riddle, man. Riddle me this, riddle me that. Guess me this riddle and perhaps not. All England die and never rotten. Here one of the old unruly boy then. Now buckle that. And him take away the buckle of J. Ray and his nephews. That's a special brand of rum we have in Jamaica. Him take away the buckle of J. Ray and his nephews that was reserved for just an occasion like this. And the grab it. It dropped and it broke. Well, everybody's supposed to know that when you broke a buckle of that thing in the midst of chaos and confusion, you're calling down dopey upon yourself. And the unruly boy them accused the man of wasting the good spirits, and a piece of fight broke out upon the train. Blood start to shed. And the Catholic people them, who can read those signs, them catch them coward, and them start to call down upon Hail Mary. Who take away the sins of the world. But it was 11:45. And Hail Mary have on her pretty nightie and gone to her bed. She refused to be disturbed by this hooliganeering conduct, and she pull up the blanket, and she shut her eye them, and she gone a dreamland. Well, the train driver decides, say, the best thing that he could do under these circumstances was to make haste and reach Kingston and let off all these bad behaving people and go off in bed. And him put on a piece of speed on the train, man. Hapadap, 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 dap, dap. And him see the Kendall train station in the distance. The people them who live in Kendall say, them only hear when the train make three hell of a whoop, whoop, whoop. And if you never know, learn now say, 3 is the number of dopey. Everybody ought to know. And when the train ball out the tree, whoop, 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 the people them a Kendall wake up and them hear like piece of the hillside tear down, and them hear all kind of bragadap, 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 and them all on them clothes, and all who was bathing reach for them towel to see what was happening. When them come outside, them see 12 coaches of the train broke up, some over the precipice, some on top of one another, and they also saw people who never came to help. So riddle me this, riddle me that, guess me this riddle and perhaps not. A plane going from Kingston to Negril and crashed near Ocherius. Where do you bury the survivors? Gentle people, There are places where survivors are not buried. They are robbed, and a whole heap of robbing was taking place. The unruly people, them a walk through the dead body them, and them a pick up where them want to pick up. So when them go to rob a certain man, him hold up him head and him say, hello, me not dead yet. Hear the robber. They hurry up now. You think we have all night? Well, the record say that 250 duppies were made that night. Some mash up so bad, them couldn't move them. They had to be buried right there into a mass grave. People say, sometimes when you pass that spot, you hear like a whole heap of people guessing wriggle into the breeze. Going to town, coming from town, my face turned to town. As a result of which, people would not take any train from that spot. They would have only take taxi. Well, there was a taxi man who decided, say, he was only going to carry pretty girl, and him put that rhythm on him horn. A pretty girl me want, a pretty girl me want, a pretty girl me want, a pretty girl me want. So one night, him pick up two pretty girls, and them get into the taxi and shut the door, and them start to guess wriggle. And everybody ought to know. Well, I do not know where that taxi man come from, because he did not understand the story of the wriggle guessing from that particular spot. Here a pretty girl in the back of him taxi. Riddle me this. I can see myself into it, but you can't touch me or take me out of it. Taxi man think him bright, him answer. Hear him. That is a mirror. And them had a good wriggle guessing time till the two pretty girl them reached them destination. Here a pretty girl. Wriggle me this, wriggle me that. I have one. It follows me everywhere I go, but you cannot see it. Believe you me, that taxi man don't know anything. For him would have say, none of the two pretty girl them have no shadow. So he was quite happy to oblige them to say they would go inside while he would wait outside for them to return with him taxi fare. And the taxi man wait. And the taxi man wait. 60 seconds make 1 minute. 60 minutes make an hour. 24 hours make a day. 7 days make a week. 4 weeks make a month. How many seconds in that? Anybody have the answer? Only 2 seconds, man. The second and the 20-second. But it come into the taxi man like him was waiting for a whole year. So him start to toot him horn. A pretty girl me want, a pretty girl me want, and all the horn sound vex, pretty girl me want, pretty girl me want. Till him see a nice old lady coming out to find out. Excuse me, sir. What's matter? May I help you? Hear him. Yes. Please to tell the two Jezebel girl them say, me waiting on me money. So she asked him, which two Jezebel girl? And when him done class and describe them, she said, you mean those still girls still doing that thing? Them don't live here, you know, sir. And it hardly makes sense I tell you where them live, because a man like you not ready to go there. Hear him. For my money, lady, I would have got through hell and powder house. Hear the lady, trying to break it to him gently. Them two girls, sir, is me two daughters. Is the only two children I have. Sir, 2 years ago, them perish into the Kendall crash. People said the man faint away instantly. Them had to bring busy and garlic and pimento and cananga water and some mint, and them rub him down and revive him. And when him finally come to, him give out, wriggle me this, wriggle me that, which two letters of the alphabet never sick? And him answer him own a wriggle. Okay. People say him step on the gas and them only hear him and go back. Kendall, Mapen, na 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 na. Kingston, and everybody ought to know who Jesus is, and everybody ought to know. Everybody ought to know, and everybody ought to know, but some people don't know.
Who the duppy is? Who the duppy is? But Dr. Amina Meeks, I mean, let's be realistic. You tell me to change my shoes to get rid of duppy, put me on left and to right, turn my clothes upside down. That sounds like you're making a clown.
A piece of red. Don't forget your piece of red.
Left and to right. It's either they're gonna call me a duppy or a stupidity. Right? So I go understand what's going on. What's going on here? What's going on here? Dr. Amina Meeks, I want to give you the comments real quick, and then if we can do like a 40 seconds on a Nancy Sound Splash.
Okay.
That's coming next month. That's we're going to throw all our energies behind Nancy Sound Splash. Right? Because I want to be able to talk to
No. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to leave.
Please mute. Please mute. Okay, so Keisha, I don't have Dr. Meeks, this is for you, huh?
Okay.
I don't have enough words. Just great. No, this is storytelling. Listen to Astrid now. She faced Astrid just get on me. That was fire. Shaman said enough love and respect to a synopsis of Kendall history. Bless up, man. I want Kendall to know because I find he talking very, very Jamaican. Kendall, please know that Dr. Amina Blackwood Meeks is an honorary Grenadian.
Yes, indeed.
Story for next storytelling time. We're going to tell them about how you're an honorary Grenadian. So,
right.
So careful. We sharing, Shana. And then everyone ought to know. Love the story. And oh my gosh, that was amazing. Drop mic. And then Zolani, whoa! Okay. Zolani too much. Zolani too much for me here. Shaman, everybody ought to know. Say this is fire. Okay. Zolani too much for me here. Kai said, perfect. You are delivering it. Whoa. I am totally mesmerized. Had me from the start. And that's Lisa Lewis. So you know she's going to Grand Roy School and tell them about Dr. Amina Meeks. Pick up yourself, Dr. Meeks, as usual excitement created. Whoa, I'm back. Kellyanne said, I on the edge of my seat. Oh yeah, she is real good. I'm inspired. Aisha, you can't tell a story like Dr. Okay, Adrian says you have what it takes. So Dr. Amina Meeks, you have
Adrian.
the times and say, what a great role model. Kudos to Dr. Meeks. Dr. Meeks, you good, bad, warrior. All right, so that was on the live. If we find some time, we're gonna read the ones from the YouTube and from the Rampoon radio. We're not forgetting you lovely people out there. We're happy that you're here to join us. But I want to spend a little time talking to this wonderful young lady here. I'm going to come right back to you at Dr. Amina Meeks.
Okay.
I would like this lovely young lady to start her video. Alma, are you there? Mrs. Alma Lucas from St. Philip, Barbados, only 91 years experience, young and waiting. Miss Alma, are you there? All right.
I'm here. Hey. Hello.
Yes, hi, how are you?
I'm good.
How's the story going?
Very, 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 very good.
Yes, you enjoying it?
To the max.
Yes, we're going to show your stories again. We're going to tell them about the spirit and the little boy that wet he bed. I hear one time, I hear the little boy that wet he bed turned out to be a minister in Barbados, you know.
All right.
We gonna keep the secret. We gonna keep the secret. What do you have to say to the young people?
And what's the young people? When young, tell them take a leaf from the old people's book and learn to tell stories.
Yes. Did you happen to hear Adrian Green's poem?
Yes, I heard it.
What you thought about it?
What should I say? It's very inspirational. And if people think about it, and if they know where they want to go in life, they will go after it. Never give up.
Yes. Thank you very much for spending the time with us. I thought this was your bedtime, you know.
It's you that kept me out of my bed.
we are so happy to have you. We are so happy to be graced with your presence.
I have to go and look for my nightie and put it on backwards. And if I don't go sleep in time, I will wake up in time because I might wet my bed.
Oh shoot! We don't want that. We don't want that. You will handle that, man. You will handle that. You will handle that big time. We are so happy to have you, and thank you for joining us. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Much love. We love you.
Thank you so much, Miss Alma. Thank you.
Thank you all of you. It's a beautiful night.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and show appreciation for 91 years. Unmute your mics and say thank you to Mrs. Alma Lucas from St. Philip, Barbados, past school principal, past school.
Thank you. Yay. Brilliant.
All right.
Mama.
Thank you, thank you. And listen, Mrs. Lucas, there's a bunch. I hear a bunch of men saying that they want to interview you. They want to talk. They want to talk to you.
Men?
Men.
You said men?
I said men. They said they want to talk to you.
No women?
No, but that's why I find strange. The women are saying nothing, you know. They clapping and they're saying well done, but the men say, how can I speak to her?
I am 91.
You're 91. Yeah, that's what I know. You're 91, so I don't know where they're going. I don't know where they're going, but we'll see what they probably they want you to come and pray on them. They want you to pray for them, Mrs. Lucas. So thank you very much. Thanks again. Thanks again. And we're gonna zip on over back to the lovely Amina Weeks, who's gonna give us a short 30 seconds on a Nancy Sunsplash coming up next month.
Miss Alma is just precious.
Yes.
Nancy Sunsplash is our annual storytelling festival. It happens in the third week of November, and there aren't many conditions, but one of them is it must cross November 20, which is National Storytelling Day in Jamaica. It is something which I successfully petitioned our Governor General for, and it has been operating since 2014. The other thing is that the festival must have 8 legs to symbolize Anansi's 8 legs. So we do all kinds of things. We go into schools, we go into colleges. The Jamaica Library Service has been our primary partner since the very first storytelling festival called Anansi Sunsplash. One of their members is with us in the role of spectator this evening because we've had 2 planning meetings this week just ended, and they know that they have to link with you, Anne, and Lion for the technical aspects of the collaboration with you for the final activity, which is going to be the Grand Gala. So we open on Tuesday, the 17th, with an international lineup of storytellers who will mostly be recorded happening here in Jamaica. All the links will come to Anne, so
Okay.
they can decide which ones they are able to carry.
Right. So what we can do, Dr. Meeks, is have persons. You can email us if you're interested in a Nancy Sound Splash. Email us at the Caribbean Story at gmail.com, and we're going to send you all the details. All right. It's a week of Anansi stories.
Right. And not just to get all the details, but part of why we are collaborating with the awesome Anne is that we want to involve more storytellers, and the storytellers who participate in this end of the month storytelling for the last 4 months and the next 40 years to come. If there is anybody who wishes to participate on the either the Saturday or the Sunday, we have to discuss it again, because when we discussed at the library yesterday, we said the Saturday. Shauna, I know you're listening. And then when I spoke with Anne earlier today, and we thought, what is the better day to get more than 3 million people? And the numbers are open. Perhaps it is Sunday. But whether it is Saturday or Sunday, then the whole point of collaborating is that the Caribbean storytellers who do this hour will be able to participate. Now, let me tell you what's going to happen on that last day. The entire festival is under the theme this year of Anansi website, WEBSIGHT. And we have a little agenda of the reparation and reclamation of Anansi. So that last activity is called, Will the Real Anansi Please Stand Up? We spell Anansi name anyhow we feel like spell it. We call Anansi all kinds of unpleasant things, and then some call him pleasant things. So we're going to have a jury. I don't know how many jurors Anne is going to find. We're going to have a jury and a judge. And as we tell stories, the stories will be classified either because the tellers do it or because the jury does it, according to whether Anansi is portrayed in a positive or a negative light. And then the jury will have to debate and decide who is the real Anansi and present the case to the judge, who will then form the final judgment. So we hope that we will have fun, that through this Will the Real Anansi Stand Up, we will also learn a little bit more about Anansi, or change some of the perspectives we think we have of Anansi, and expand this really wonderful forum that Anne has established for the rest of us to participate in. Thank you very much, Anne. That was 20 seconds.
Yes, it is 20 seconds in Jamaican style. In Jamaican style. Guys, we have the after party, right? We're going to get more of that in the after party, because we still have to go back and look at that video. That video that persons have submitted is a bit long, and then we still want to have a chit chat. So if you want to come in on the chit chat on the Zoom, you can stay on Lion, because Lion is going to be here. 860. Wait, let me get my glasses. All this Lugaruda going around here like they're taking my eyesight. Hold a minute for me. 86. Here is the Zoom ID. 863-407-90379. All right. So let me give you that again. Let me cancel Dr. Meeks. All right. So the meeting ID for the Zoom is 863-407-90379, and your password is Africa. Your password is Africa. So if you want to come in on the chit chat, you can do that. And I'm going to turn you over to the lovely Miss Aisha so she can do the thank you, and then you come back to me again.
Ladies and gentlemen, viewers all on Rampoon, on Caribbean Storyteller, freedom fighters on YouTube. My mother taught me that when someone gives you a gift, you say thank you. This evening, we were gifted with beautiful stories from our young storytellers to our very experienced storytellers. We've had Adrian Green drop that very motivational and inspiration piece that says, you have what it takes. Thank you, Adrian. Our young junior storytellers, Zolani Moore of Barbados, Sari Macmillan from the US, Sari Green from Barbados, Emma Small, Barbados, Kais Belgrave, Barbados, Ariane Noel from the US, Kellyanne Dubisette, our young storyteller from Grenada, Dr. Anthony Richards, always with us. I have to get that jumpy necklace for my neck. I have to get one of those. Grand Roy Government School, our two young African princes, our Astrid Mitchell, Make Quick Money Writing, call Astrid. Lisa Levi from the UK, she might have gone to bed by now. Heather Thomas, Lynette, teacher Lynette Noel, Keisha Christie, Dr. Meeks. All our storytellers, we want to tell you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, we thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, we do. Oh, we thank you, thank you. And we thank you because I really cannot sing. And of course, extra love goes out to the incomparable, the much loved, energetic, the driver, the producer of all of this, Anne Worm. Girl, I love you bad. And Eric Amma, the power team. We want to thank Mr. Lion. Mr. Lion, we still waiting for that extempo. We waiting. So the Rampoon Radio fans, all of you who tuned in on YouTube, on Facebook, all the love, all the support, all the faithful attendees, we really thank you and we love you all. Have a good night and we catch you in the after party.
Yes. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Aisha. Thank you. But I wanted to say thank you also to Mr. Earl Bousquet. He's from St. Lucia and he did the welcome in what we say, patois or Creole?
Creole.
Creole. He did it in Creole. And on such short notice, you never know what could happen. As Lion would tell you, this is authentic Caribbean storytelling. And this is how we do it. Right? So he came in, Mr. Peter Antoine. I just want to shout out a couple regulars. Jilly Batiste. The Creole Society in Grenada was here. We had the National Black Storytellers from the US. Rex in China, all the persons who gave their greetings on the video. I want to go really, really fast. And I want to see if we can get hooked up with Mr. Malcolm Holdip. Is Mr. Holdip here? Derek McMillan, welcome. Parents, thank you for sharing your kids with us. Lisa, Jenna James, is Malcolm here? Mr. Holdip? She's not there. Now, listen, Dr. Amina Meeks.
Yes, miss.
You guys were talking about, I heard you were talking with Dr. Anthony about Jean Small.
Yes.
Jean Small, I have the original Jean Small in Barbados. You need to hear her tell her Christmas stories.
Okay.
She's amazing. She's amazing. Right? You would hear her. Her husband was on a couple months ago with a sacred silk cotton tree. Right? We have the whole small family. I think Lion gonna give us a little Lion, can you come in and give us a little feedback?
Maybe Queen Small will join us for the November edition. No, I don't know what you have in mind for your Christmas edition. Sorry.
We'll talk. We'll see what happens. Okay. We'll see what happens. How do you guys had a lovely time? Okay, Lion. You're deaf.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Lion. I'm looking for this. I'm looking for this gentleman here. A gentleman that is provided. He gave all the videos, all the technical issues, and I call him all kind of hours in the night. And he take off his video. Start your video, Ricky. Mr. Ricky Thomas. Thank you very much. Can you put on your video so the people can see you and say thank you? Ricky Thomas. You want Adrian Green? We're going to do Adrian Green after. I'm going to get his permission to put it on the YouTube. I know that was powerful, but some persons have submitted their videos, and I would like for us to show appreciation and see it. Dr. Anthony has the Zoom link up. So if you want to come in on the Zoom, it is not a duppy for the chit chat. It is not a duppy. Here's your Zoom link. Have you gotten it? Are we okay? Nobody came in yet, so nobody didn't get it yet, apparently. All right, you can still stay live on Rampoon Radio, the place to go for things Caribbean. The lovely Miss Lisa Thomas is here. Lisa Lewis. I know Lisa. Heather does get mad with me because I call Heather all kinds of names. But they will tell you what's going on. You will get it. I want to go to Mr. Thomas. Ricky Thomas, how are you?
I'm good.
You're good? I love in the hair. Are you trying to be a Nancy the Spider, or you want to be a Duffy or a Jumbie?
I know.
I know yet. Thank you very much, Ricky. Thank you for all the support and everything. All those who are listening, we say thank you. So let's go to that video, Ricky. So you would go to the second half with the second one with Mr. Riley. Start with Mr. Riley, and because that's where we ended.
Okay. Sure.
Right? So thank you to all the supporters.
Thank you, Ricky. You're fabulous.
What is this share button?
Wait. Oh, Adrian Green was thanks. Good.
So here, the story is told about an old lady who lived at Free Hill in St. Andrew, whose granddaughter took goods on credit from an itinerant salesman called the Goldman. She was taking too long to sell the debt. So, in the meantime, the house was being showered with stones which flew through the clear of the sky, fast and furious. Bop, 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 bop. All this time, crowds building to witness this happening. They could not find out where the stones were coming from, or find any collection of those on the ground around the house. Suddenly a voice from the crowd was heard. What are you doing, poor woman? Debt was paid, stones going done, still donkey gone. It said that a similar incident took place in the St. Mark's district. The occupant of this house decorated the entire place with cooling curtains and forgot about paying him. After some time, fire started in the house. The neighbors rushed to help put out the fire. What a surprise! What did they find? All the curtains burned and nothing else. Steve Donkey has struck again.
So the topic is Jumbi. Jumbi comes from different cultures. The term Jumbi has different meaning in different cultures. For instance, in the Grenadian culture, as far south as Trinidad, Jumbi is used in folklore stories or storytelling time on a full moon night, when our grandparents sit and discuss with us things like Laja Bless or Sukunia, and those were used to instill fear in kids rather than to entertain the kids, because they had lots of kids at that time, and as they would say, instead of the kids going stray away or knocking about the yard, it was used to instill some form of fear in them. The next form of Jumbi is from what we call a supernatural standpoint, and the thing with that Jumbi is that someone will say that they give that person Jumbi, meaning that they were given some form of demonic spirit, or if the person is acting schizophrenia in any way, that would be labeled a Jumbi. And the next form of Jumbi, which is commonly used, especially in the Grenadian culture, is to set someone up or to constantly be making excuses. So someone will say, make sure you're here by 10 o'clock, and then you knowing that that person always shortcoming, you will just say, listen, don't jump him in, I'm waiting on you because you're a Jumbi. So we have three different meanings on the term Jumbi. It goes different cultures, people look at it differently, and it's expressed differently, but that is what Jumbi is from a Grenadian standpoint.
As a child, our parents would tell us stories about Jumbi. A Jumbi is a very, very scary thing. It's what we call a ghost. In the Caribbean, we call them a spirit. And usually, you see them late at night when it's very, very dark. So, what our parents said is that they usually take the form of animals. So imagine walking in the night, pitch dark, no electricity, and you see an animal in the road. First, you think you see a dog. Then as you go closer, you might see a duck. And as you go closer and you start looking, you might think you see a horse. So curiosity will get the better of you and you start following that animal. Also, you usually find them in the silk cotton or the bamboo, and you tend to follow that animal, and you may follow it to a ditch or precipice, and you can even break your back, your neck, or any limb. So imagine as a child being told that you're going to live in Jumbi. I was scared. The first thing that came to mind, we will have to get a priest to pray in that house and bless that house. However, when I got to Jumbi, I spoke to the neighbor. She said, don't worry, my child. Welcome to 66 Quarry Road, not Jumbi. And all my fears went away.
What did you hear about the Heartman?
what? Did they hear that? I know it used to frighten the young people. This is story of heart, man. They stay at home because they're scared. If they're like, oh, at night, the heart man, someone get at their heart.
What did the heart man do with the hearts that he collected?
I don't know what he did. But there are some people saying that he worked for him. But I don't know.
Let me, obia, what's obia?
I don't know.
You don't know what's obia?
I don't know. I never tried it.
You never tried obia?
I don't know what it is.
But if you don't know what it is, how you know you never tried?
I never tried it. I don't know what I tried.
Okay. So the heart man used the heart to work obia. Would you say that?
I remember once when I was young, in those days, early days, a story about a heart man being out, and he would take out cut people's hearts, because I'm on the road there on the way back home, and whatever he had to do, he did it with his hearts.
Mr. Riley, what do you have in your hand?
What I have in my hand?
Yes.
I have a newspaper in my hand.
And newspaper. And it's Saturday, so this is your usual practice of reading the newspaper on Saturday mornings?
No, if I'm in a position, nothing much happening. When you eat inside the paper. On Tuesday, when you Tuesday.
On the Tuesday. So what Saturday are you reading Saturday?
Hi, greetings from Melbourne, Australia. It's Diane here. Thanks, Anne, for the opportunity to say something for this fantastic story time. And firstly, I think I was going to talk about the sort of heart man, which was this sort of concept that my mom would raise every once in a while when we were kids. And it was usually brought up in any sort of scenario where you were being disobedient, or maybe you had left home a little bit late at night, or you'd come back in too late after playing. And she would always punctuate that event with, be careful, the heart man may get you. But she never actually did say what the heart man would do. But given his name, I think we inferred that he'd probably take your organs from you. And I think that's how it's meant to be interpreted, basically. And looking forward to uploading another video with the boys this time. They're excited about story time as well.
One of our St. Philip senior citizens tell about an experience he had when he was about 10 years old. He used to hear older folks saying that the dead was raised after 3 days in the grave. Now, he had an uncle, Joe, who visited their home very often. Uncle Joe died. After the funeral, the boy noticed his mother brought home a basin filled with sand. And now, it was the third day of Uncle Joe's burial. She spread the sand all around the house. He then learned that the spirit would have to count each grain of sand before sunrise and get back in his dark hole. Therefore, if time ran out, the spirit could not enter the house. The poor boy went to bed that night imagining how he was hearing 1301, 1302, 1300. He frightened. He wet his bed.
Come in?
Yes, please, Shaila.
What's a W?
Shyla, you the legend. We start dead people duppies.
What's a moon donkey?
Lord, no. Where you hear about Moon Donkey from now?
I hear it on the radio.
That was on CBC like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I'm too young to know it was a Moon Donkey. You got to ask your grandmother.
They just need to know it's a steel donkey, not the moon donkey.
I'm an educator, holder of a Bachelor of Education degree from the University of West Louisiana, 1976. I taught through primary, secondary, and tertiary level. I researched, scripted, and presented a number of radio programs for school social studies for juniors and social studies for seniors. The storyteller, the dramatist. I'm the recipient of many awards for church work and radio community projects. Now, Barbados is the most easterly of the Caribbean islands and is known for its rich history and folklore. In earlier times, the older folk in their districts took much pleasure in telling ducky stories at night to both the old and young. At the end of each session, everybody frightened, especially when it was dark. At that early period, there were no street lights in the country districts. So as soon as the sun set, the whole place was dark, except on the light night. Everybody frightened and dead. It is said that spirits called duppies and steel donkeys used to dwell in silk cotton trees which grow in different parts of this island.
How to keep the bad spirits away? Dr. Winston Small, the author of the Sacred Silk Cotton Tree, indicated that the majestic silk cotton tree is a sacred holy place for our ancestors. We must respect this tree, and some even fear this glorious tree. If you cut down the silk cotton tree, which is the home of the spirits and the duppies and the jumbies and the baku and the lajables, then make them got no place to live and roam the earth, and God help we if they come for we. You see me? Anytime I see a silk cotton tree, I say my praise, good and proper.
The Navajo. In the folklore of Trinidad and Tobago, the Navajo or Navajo is a mystical, shape-shifting monster. It is the cousin to the French loup-garou and the Germanic werewolf, yet not restricted to the form of a wolf. On top of the coffin are 3 lighted candles and the long loose end of a heavy iron chain. Used around its waist, trails behind it. Often it is seen with chains around its neck which change size. It seems like a normal human by day, but this creature takes the form of a man with no head. He roams the night with a wooden coffin on his neck. At night, as it rattles and drags chains and carries in stand a whip-like bunch of dried sticks and reeds, one appendage is said to be tailed back. A person who can change themselves into half animal from the torso down and can also alter its size from tiny to very large in an instant. It can shapeshift into various animals, including horse, pigs, or goat, and said to often take the form of a creature structure similar to a center. It is also thought to be a blood sucker, which is less than particular about its food source, making do with such animals as cow and goats. To kill the Rampoon, one must beat the creature with a stick, which has been anointed with holy oil for 9 days. While beating the demon, it changes into other beasts, such as a snaring dog, a wild bull, and thunderous wave of water, and finally will disappear into the mist.
Here is one now. The story is told about a 7-year-old girl and her little 12-year-old sister. Their mother got them ready about 4:30 in the morning. It was pitch dark and no street lights. She sent them off to attend the 5 o'clock Easter morning service at the church. Poor things. They were frightened. As they got to the top of their gap, they saw a woman dressed in white. They felt much better, thinking that the woman was going to the same service. So they quickened the steps, but could not catch up with the woman. The girls finally reached the church, but the woman was nowhere to be seen. Was she their guardian angel? Or was it a double?
Final, Ricky, that's the final thing. What happened?
That should last 50 minutes. Hold on. Let me see something.
No, all the way down. Not so far up. Not so far up.
Hold on.
It's right in the end. I know it's late. We got to do the chit chat, and then some person still want to hear Adrian Green. But just out. Yeah, do Mr. Hold It.
Okay.
Right.
This program this evening. My dear brothers and sisters, as Paul Keynes Douglas once said, who will tell my story? Who will sing my song? Who will remember how it was long ago after I have gone? And I say to you that it is our Caribbean folk tales and folk stories which we first heard as children, which would almost certainly come and bring us back to those days. In times past, we were told these stories in family groups. We were told about Duens, Lajables, Lagahoo, Jumbi, Duppy, Papa Boa, Sukuya, and the good old Brer Nancy and Brer Rabbit. Yes, my brothers and sisters, we have to remember that these folk tales were passed on by word of mouth, and never ever were they ever repeated in the same way as when they were first told. We must remember time and time again, throughout our lifetimes we will hear these tales, and they will serve not only to entertain, but to transmit the value and wisdom of our cultures, and imbue a strong sense of right and wrong, and provide a reservoir of vivid images that become part of our individual imagination and even our everyday language. My dear brothers and sisters, folk beliefs continue to provide answers to the curiosities of those who are influenced by such beliefs. Good evening all.
Hi from London, Australia. It's story time.
And
Thank you. You gonna do Adrian one time?
oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, just do it one time. It sounds like you're ready to go. I know some people are tired and it's late, so feel free to drop out whenever you're ready.
You have what it takes. You have what it takes to pull your foot off of the brakes of your life and accelerate towards the destiny that is your final destination. And anything less would be a total desecration of the sacred temple that you are. Because you are blessed with visions that only you can see. You've been given dreams that only you can make a reality. And to rob the world of your unique contribution would be a tragedy. Because you have what it takes. You have what it takes to take those dreams from behind your eyelids to right in front of your very eyes, from the back of your mind to right in your front lawn, or anywhere you want it, flaunt it. Your greatness is not to be kept secret. It ain't like the good cutlery that only special guests get to peek it, seek it, and when you find it, shine it like a star, a perpetual light to guide others like you, lost stars, to their rightful place in the sky. How high you want to travel? How high you really want to travel? We can hover light years above the Earth's surface, or we can roll up in the gravel, or we dig our own graves and we build our own castles. So let me know if to hire you some cement blocks or a shovel. One time somebody told me, Mr. Green, hire me a space shuttle. Hire me a space shuttle. Cause I plan to build a mansion on the moon. But why not Mars or Neptune? Do you really have what it takes to get that high? Or use just a hot air balloon? Nah. When I look in your eye, I see that you have what it takes. You have what it takes to shake off the shackles of fear and dive into the abyss of perils and risk, making mistakes and missteps, but still pumping your fist in victory. Confidence is not arrogant, and though life is full of mystery, you are not mystified. In the court of history, your ancestors have already testified that you have what it takes by their very survival. When death would have been an easy escape, your ancestors expressed their faith that you, their descendant, would one day wake and take your rightful place in the race, firm and forceful, but full of grace. To your tongue, your ancestors taste success. To their sacrifices, you are blessed. So nothing less than your best is required. It's time to get fired up and create all those who would underrate you. So they will never again ask if you have what it takes. Because it would be obvious that you do have what it takes.
Great. Thank you, Ricky. Dr. Anthony, you want to lead off the chit chat? Everybody okay? Everybody had a good time? Where are you taking us this evening, Dr. Anthony?
I'm thinking back to Dr. Amina Week's story, which I was looking forward to, because the Kendall train crash that killed so many people, it's a landmark. It was like, at the time, it was the second most deadly train crash. And the number of duppies and jumbies and all kind of things that people saw after that it still resonates in history till today. And unfortunately, I was called away by the phone, an important phone call, right? Just as the train crashed, just as the train crashed. And I didn't hear the end of the story. So I am bereft. I'm heartbroken.
Well, you know what we say? We're where we're supposed to be. So the ancestors never wanted you at that train crash. So they took you to a safe place.
I'm waiting on the video, Dr. Meeks, and you have to send it to me, please, when it comes to you.
Okay.
Well, according to Dr. Meeks, the Duppies got ahead of you, right? Because the Duppies now on Facebook and social media. Right? they know what you're doing, and you know they already have countermeasures. Right? But what's a myth, boss? What's a myth? Right? What my advice to you is that if you're bad, don't do it, and see what happens. Okay? Right. Yeah. No, we have practices that we want to pass down to the next generation. If it's true and it works, right, all for the good. If it's fiction and entertainment, then at least they have that as part of their storage of materials to draw upon when they write their books, when they make their music, when they create their dance and their paintings and their sculpture, when they produce their cartoons. Look, there are people who have made multi-millions, even billions, out of Burr Anansi and call him Bugs Bunny. Right?
Superman. Superman.
And yes, there's another set of people who took Brenansi, and they refuse to admit that they turned him into Spider-Man. But
they have. So I'm sorry. They have. I saw a book this big in the British Library, the compendium of Disney movies, and it's not available in the bookstores. You have to go to the library to read it. And Disneyland, in fact, admitted in that publication that Superman was modeled off Anansi.
No, Spider-Man?
Sorry, Spider-Man I meant. Spider-Man.
Well, it is Stan Lee who created Spider-Man in the Marvel universe, which I grew up reading and which are now being turned into movies. And Stan Lee has his own story about how he came up with Spider-Man. But just listen to the sarcastic teenage chatting style of your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, right? It can only be a Nancy. It can only be a Nancy. Only a Nancy has that amount of chat.
I wanted to support you though. Who asked the question? Because I don't know who asked the question about is it a myth?
Lion.
Oh, Lion. Lion, you know we say belief kill and belief cure. And somehow we have been taught to question ourselves, but we don't question the Greek mythologies. We don't question if Medusa really had how much heads and so on and so forth. So there is a way that we have been taught to question ourselves and accept what other people have to say. That's the first comment I want to make. The second comment I want to make has to do with my interpretation of Paul Keynes Douglas's Midnight People. I think that long poem story is called. And my takeaway from that is that we learn critical thinking and predictive skills through our relationship with those characters. I'm deliberately saying characters now. Because Paul Keynes Douglas writes in that poem story that when he was young, he loved going to parties, and he asked his mom one night, could he go to a party? And she said, yes, but tell me which way you're going. And he told her which way he had to walk. And she said, yeah, when you get to that crossroads, and she put a duppy there, whether it's a doing, I don't remember now, but she put a good Trini duppy there. And then she said, but you're a nice boy, he's not going to trouble you. And everywhere Paul Keynes Douglas in the story told his mom he would make his way, she put another duppy there and end up by saying, but you're a nice boy, he won't trouble you. Anyway, you go and you have a good time. And she went to her bed, and Paul take off his party clothes, and turn on the light, and his mother said, you're not going out again. No, she never told him he could not go. But what we're now calling critical thinking and consequences and predictive skills, he certainly learned all of that through that story. The final comment I want to make for now, because we really should have, these after parties are so important, Anne, that we have to find a way to broaden the audience for them. My father was a revivalist. And I don't mean the European revivalism. I mean the revivalism which took place in Jamaica of the African-based religions. And one of the principles of revivalism is that you learn by observation. You don't go and ask, why is the coconut under the table? And I'm giving a real example of when they lay a table for whatever reasons, there's a dry coconut and a bucket of water. You don't ask. You just watch it over and over and over until you learn by participation. So when my father told us that when you're going to sweep the house at night or throw away water, you say, friends and family, excuse me. You just do it. You just know that your friends and family are outside. When my father said, don't pick the fruits after 6 o'clock because other people want to eat, you just know that other people are eating. And you don't, just the way you know, say, Mr. Johnny, I'm my father, and Miss Pearl, I'm my mother. I may not ask how come. We just know that it is so. And so part of what I talk about in my storytelling when I feel like being a theoretician is that the stories represent a way for us to remember. In other words, find the member. It's not an intellectual activity alone. It's find the bits of our scattered parts and remember them and put them back together. Because in African cosmology, there is no space between you and I. It don't matter how far away you are, there are beings that connect us. Which of our singers, a group of singers in the United States, and I love them so much, who love to sing Khalil Gibran songs, who say, look here, if you listen carefully and you think you're hearing the wind, it's the ancestors who are speaking. And once we accept that is not we alone, then we don't ask whether it is myth. And by the way, the Bible is mythology. Mythology is about how we arrive at our spiritual beliefs. And I love to provoke my Christian friends by saying, but you're reading a book of myths, and they get crazy because I know what, but that's what a myth is. A myth is a spiritual anchoring in something. So the word is correct, but I'm just asking us to look at the intention and where we learn to question ourselves and to accept what other people say about themselves without question.
I think before we depart from this subject, I want to add just one little piece behind Dr. Amina Meeks. Just to agree with her, I listen to my colleagues, friends, and neighbors say things like, oh, I don't want to watch Nigerian movies anymore because there's always some ghost or spiritual thing in it. And I said to them, but wait, what about Sleeping Beauty? What about the princess that kissed the crapo frog on its mouth, right? How come when we have a crapo in our story, you diss it, and then you get your children to read The Frog Princess? I could go on, but I just want to support
Yes.
Dr. Weeks.
Two very important examples.
Very good. Very good. But I wanted to hear Miss Legault. Miss Legault, welcome and thank you for joining us.
Okay. and good evening. I have really enjoyed everything this evening, and I was so afraid that I wasn't going to be able to get in because I clicked in to try to register, and it said this event has ended. I said they may not get this, but anyway, someone got it and responded. Thank you, whomever you were. They said,
You're welcome.
I want to say that Dr. Meeks was speaking of the song about our ancestors, and you can hear them speaking in the they are not gone, they're here. They are in the wind, they are in the trees, in the water. And so we try to remember that and share that information. And this year, our festival and conference, the National Association of Black Storytellers Festival, is the third week in.
Oh, that is you. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, welcome. Okay.
Yes. It's going to be the third week in November, and virtually. And the theme is in the footsteps of the ancestors. So the stories will be about the ancestors, but we often talk about our ancestors, and when we try to do the thing about following our family trees and that kind of thing, just if we are quiet, it will come to us, things that you've forgotten or solutions to things that have happened or questions you've had. You go to sleep, and while you're asleep, the answer comes, and then it's clear as day. How? What is it? How do we explain that? And many times we have no explanation other than our ancestors have led the way, and they are showing us the way. So I just want this, Dr. Meeks, you may want to say something about that.
I just remembered the name of the group. It's Sweet Honey in the Rock.
Yes.
Sweet Honey in the Rock, and they're awesome. They're so awesome.
Yes.
And then to underscore that there are 5 of us in my family, 5 children. My youngest brother died 2 years ago, and I know he's always with me. But I came across a scientific evidence. Now the scientists are telling us that consciousness does not die.
Yes.
That everything I ever thought will live after me, and somebody else will pick it up.
Yes.
And so you might sit in a corner and you have a thought, and then somebody else has the same thought, and you wonder how that could be.
Yes.
Or you sit in Timbuktu and you write a story, and then you go to a festival and you say to someone, you stole my story.
Yes.
Or you say, I had that idea, but you didn't act on it, and the ancestors gave it to somebody else to act upon it. And that's what we've always known spiritually. And now scientists are saying, this is true. The airwaves are real.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we must honor what we know and not cause ourselves to stumble. I've done a little, hey, there is my Jean Small trying to get in. Jean, you're very faint, but I see you. I've done some work with Valerie Tutson.
Oh, yes.
Valerie Len Cabral.
Yes, they're in Rhode Island.
Yeah, Linda Goss.
She is the co-founder of our organization.
I know. Talk That Talk.
Yes.
That great book that she authored.
Yes.
And so, Teju, the drummer from
Yeah.
Nigeria.
Uh-huh.
And so I feel connected to Nabs is the
Yes.
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 Lynn Ford, all of them.
Yes, yes.
Hi, Mrs.
Diane Fairlat, I'm sorry, Diane Fairlat. Please
Yes,
give
in
them all
California.
my best
Wow.
regards.
Yes, that's.
G Small, how are you?
You
can't hear you, Jean. Unmute yourself.
Dr. Small, you have to
Can you hear me?
unmute.
Hi, Dr. Richards. How are you?
Me all right, sis. Me all right.
I mean, they can't hear me.
Yes, we can hear you now,
Can you
Jean.
hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
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 You're not using your earphones.
No, but they're not hearing me.
But you're using your earphones.
They're not. If I don't have it in my ears.
Yeah, but the microphone is here.
Because I'm using this microphone.
Microphone, let me see. Hold on.
We hear you.
And you're looking clearer now.
Oh yeah.
Sharper. Sharper.
Now you're ready for TV.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, you got into a subject that I was just working on. What is knowledge in the African ontology?
Okay.
And the Europeans never understood that.
Right.
Europeans have a different concept of what knowledge is. It's mental, and it's separated. It's a book thing. That's why they talked about literature in the West and orature in Africa.
Yes.
Because they didn't think we had any philosophy. We don't have any history. We can't think. And whatever we have is paganism, because they brought the Christian religion. They came with the Bible in one hand and the thief everything else with the other hand.
Oh Lord, don't set me off today.
You understand? And left us without anything. I have that problem with that film Wakanda that we saw recently. Wakanda is a depiction, imagined and imaginary depiction of what black people would like to have. That whole land called Wakanda is really the Africa that we want. We don't have any home, except white people have a home, Chinese people have a home, Indian people have a home, Lebanese people in this part of the world have a home. It's only black people don't have a home. They took away our home. Read and Guji Watio.
Yeah.
He said they came with the guns, took the land.
Yes.
And once they took away the language from the people, they took away the culture. Language is the base of what you are culturally. And because I've just done something on Aimé Césaire and Senghor about negritude and the whole theory behind that. Aimé Césaire said they didn't understand about saisissement. It's everything around you that creates knowledge. We know because we don't have to spell it out in words, so we don't have to write it down in a book. But we know it's all around us, like you said. It's in the wind.
Yes.
It's in the leaves that are trembling on the tree where you can see. It's energy. It's all around. And they never understood that. And we have it in the diaspora, in the African diaspora, in all of the same thing about sweeping dust out of the house in the country here in Jamaica. They say, excuse me, excuse me. They didn't. I asked so many people why they say that. They don't know. So we are living Africa spirituality all around us, and we don't know. And Anthony Richards and I have been talking about that, and we want to get together and do something about that. because I did a presentation on African retentions, even how we bury people. We know they're going to come back, you know. All those crazy duppy and thing you're talking about, we know they're going to come back. And we prepare for them. The way they bury people, the way they dress them and bathe them and prepare them for burial. The legs have to be turned towards the east when you bury them in our culture, in the diaspora. Because they're going to get up. So the legs have to be turned towards the east. So there's a lot of things like that I'm very interested in looking at, that we live every moment of the day. And people don't know that it's Africa we live in, African spirituality. So it's very interesting. I don't know many Duppy stories. I don't tell Duppy stories myself. But there's that other world that exists. They are there. They are here. We prepare for them. My father used to tell me a story about his sister who used to see them. And she would be walking with him down the road and move him aside and said, move over. There's somebody passing here. Because she could see them. They would go she'd come back and say, you know, that smell that we had in that place. There was a little old man sitting in the corner and she could see.
A very interesting thing happened, Jean, when Winnie Mandela visited Jamaica for that Mother's Day that we saluted her. I'm saying the point, this little anecdote, to underscore what you said about how we live Africa, and there are some people who know and there are some who really don't know. And we were at the Pegasus saluting Winnie, and Lantoinette's dance group was dancing for her, and Faye Ellington, who was the MC, when the dance group came out, Faye moved herself away and said there's going to be trouble. And the drummer moved himself away and said, there's going to be trouble. But none of us, not many of us, saw what trouble there was going to be. And one of Lantoinette's dancers fell to the floor in Mayal. Some people might say in a coma. She was completely out for the entire 3 hours of that reception we had for Winnie. So afterwards we are discussing, and Faye said the drummer saw spirits come out to salute Winnie when the drum started, and this girl put herself between Winnie and the spirits, and the spirit them just lick her down because she never have no manners.
Well, I don't know about that, but anyway, I don't know if that is.
So, and this was.
I don't know if that is what caused that, but it's interesting. I mean, I've been to Kumina on the South Coast, and I've seen people possess old women so full of energy, jump up on a wall, and people got to hold them back. You know, when they have the spirit, when they get possessed. But they have that whole belief system, and it operates, it functions. Physically, it functions, and people don't know why. But I'm very interested in that. I don't know a lot about it, but this is the area that I would like to concentrate on as my research area. And I'm enjoying it.
I want to suggest, Dr. Anthony might want to, and I will find the particular Jamaica journal about our Kumina Queen, the most revered Kumina Queen who died some years
I interviewed her.
When she was 10 years old, she ran away, in inverted commas, from home, and she made her home into a cotton tree where she remained for 21 days. And she came out after 21 days speaking a language that nobody had heard before.
Exactly, yeah.
And then she grew into becoming the Kumina Queen. And Mr. Siaga, the most honorable, the late most honorable Edward Siaga, would, as a, what you call those people again, anthropologist, document these things, and once he sent the language away to West Africa to say, what on earth are these people saying? and the Kikongo people recognized it to be their language. Now, Queenie had never left Jamaica, but here she is in the silk cotton tree, and she come out and she speak in this language. And in the particular article in Jamaica Journal, Laura Tanner documents that Mr. Siaga then facilitated a Kikongo priest coming to visit Queenie and to have a discussion with her and to explore. And they sat down and had a conversation in Kikongo as if they had grown up from next door from they were children. Queenie had never left Jamaica. And
I have been with Olive Lewin around and with an African and talking the language with people in rural areas. The remains of the African language is here.
Right.
You know, and they don't even know.
And so Hubert Devonish,
we don't even know, or we don't prize it and appreciate it. Our ancestors and our culture is here.
Hubert Devonish have some of that language work on YouTube.
Well, I certainly, you're right. I certainly want to know more. I know a little bit of the story of Mother Queenie and the silk cotton tree. I know that Kamau Brathwaite, of course, a Barbadian scholar who lived in Jamaica for a long time, just passed away, did a lot of work on the material from Miss Queenie, and he invited the scholar and Kikongo priest, Dr. Bonseki, right, to come over to Jamaica. And indeed, it was Kikongo language, and the material that was left over from Siaga and others, Maureen, Warner Lewis, Dr. Bonseki, Kia 4, and Kamau looked at that material and translated the whole thing from Kikongo, from Jamaican Kikongo back into English. It was amazing. What was really fascinating was that not only were the words Kikongo and the language Kikongo, but the story and her experiences, her practice of going to the, seeing 6 lilies bloom on a Sunday, being taken to the silk cotton tree, living in it, and other things, was in line with Congo tradition, right?
Yeah.
So I'd really like to know more.
Yeah.
You will find there are Jamaicans who have gone to these communities for religious initiation and have spent a tremendous amount of time with them and are here as practitioners. I just want to link that to the fact that we have been talking about the value of our stories, and that we know what we know without having to produce empirical evidence. In one of the Anansi stories, Anansi is about to name his child. And as we know, in African cosmology, your name is your purpose. And in some parts of Africa, the date of your birth is from the very date your parents think we want to have a child, and not 9 months after conception. So in this story, Anansi's wife has a child, or Anansi have a child. I always laugh at that. Anansi have a child and his wife is not mentioned. Gender issues, never mind. Anansi have a child and he's about to give the child a name, as he has been accustomed to naming his children. And this particular child said, no, I've brought my purpose. And that is just such an awesome story of a recognition that what we need to do is not only encoded in our name, but we come into this world with that purpose.
Which I would like to make a comment about that, Amina.
Yes.
That it's the cultural time, and we live it as well here, where you talk about that child being conceived before the child is being born. There is a world before birth.
Right.
Because the cultural time in Africa is cyclical. goes around from before they come into this world. That's why they say this terrible world. They come from that spiritual world where the ancestors are, and they're coming from there. And that is why they say babies, the first sound a baby makes is a cry. Is a reaction to coming into this world. That first cry.
Not highlighting you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I just want to
Dr.
say,
Meeks, Dr. Meeks, before you start, I want you to answer a question at the same time. When you
Yeah.
finish answering Lion's question, back in the day, in terms of our ancestors and conversation, right? I am sure some of the young people would like to get in and ask a question. What is the protocol? What's the protocol? Are we supposed to sit and listen and take everything in, or are we supposed to have a dialogue?
oh, that's a long question. So let me say the first part first. When we look around the various cultures, we see that the word for story in Spanish is really means the account. El cuento. When we look at French, and Jean is the French speaker here.
Conte.
Wow, and the same word.
Conteuse.
Exactly, it's an account of something.
Yeah.
In many cultures, the one word that means history also means story.
Story, histoire. I have a recording of a story, an African story, which begins with that. Histoire.
Exactly. No, I cannot claim that I haven't studied the storytelling traditions in all 54 countries. That is an impossibility. But what my research has shown is that in Africa, and we can't talk about Africa because there's enough places, but where my experience has taken me, there is no word that means story.
No.
It's a European imposition.
Just like this, like my son will tell you, there's no word for music because music was part of the movement and work and everything.
This is where I'm coming to now. The word that I like comes from the Yoruba, and it's Pataki, Pataki. The first time I came across a collection of Belizean stories called Pataki Full, I thought Pataki was a basket. And maybe the Belizeans think so as well. But Pataki is a story that is specifically intended for your moral upbringing.
Yeah.
There is no sitting down and
pass on the morals of the society, you see, in stories.
Exactly, which doesn't have music.
Passed on the morals of the society through stories.
It must have music. It must have riddles. Yeah. So the stories that I tell are fashioned from the structure of the African traditions that I'm accustomed to. And they all might be the same, but we can't speak respectfully of the same. So what do children do when they're in the presence of adults and they wish to speak? Where is Anne? I don't see Anne. Anne asked the question and she gone?
No, I'm right here, right here.
Okay, I just can't see you. The first thing is this.
I can't leave this now.
Today, you could not have started this storytelling evening without asking permission of Miss Alma
elders
could speak.
Yes.
Right, Venora?
Yes.
The oldest person in the room gives you permission to speak.
That's correct.
And now here is the way in which Patrice Malidoma Some describes how he learned to speak. And it's what we would call the initiation, and Africans hate that word, but we keep talking about their initiation, their rites of passage, really, their transition, their lives transition. Patrice Malidoma Some says that the Council of Elders would meet, let us say once a week, once a month, I don't know. And you can Google him, and he's fascinating, and read his books. The Healing Wisdom of Africa is my favorite. However, and then when the boy reaches a certain age, his mother would say to him, your father is meeting by the Council of Elders. He would like to see you. And the little boy walk, and him go to the door, and him father say, yes, I see you. And he would go back home. That would happen for a year. By the time he turns 4, his mother would say, your father wants to see you. He goes, his father says, yes, I see you. Bring me my pipe. And when he's 5, your father wants to see you. Yes, bring me my pipe. Now bring me the matches. And he's going. And then one day, his father will say to him, light my pipe. I imagine he must strike out 3 boxes of matches because he never light the pipe and he's nervous. But in those first 3 years, the boy is simply learning to obey instructions from his mother and his father. In the meantime, he is overhearing what the Council of Elders as big people talking about. So little people not into big people discussion. One day after he has lit the pipe, the father will say, have a seat. And that will go on for another year. Your father wants to see you, bring me my pipe, light the pipe, have a seat, and he's listening. And then one day his father says, what do you think of what we've been discussing? He now has permission to intervene in the conversation of people who are older than himself. So it isn't one day somebody gets up and says, you cannot interrupt my discussion, you're a child. It's something I'm learning over a 6-year period of time of my life. And by the time I get to be 7 or 8, it is natural that in order to speak, I need the permission of the elders.
And they have it with the men and the women.
Right.
A woman doesn't just talk, so I had that experience with an African talking and just touched me on my knee and said, no, I don't speak, he speaks. So you do that, it's in a hierarchy.
Right.
It's a hierarchy. I know when I was in Nigeria, I jumped in a Mami wagon one morning going from Lagos to Ijebuti to not Ijebuti. I was living in Ijebuti. And I wanted to get a good seat, and I got there early in the morning and sat in the front seat. And this is a Mami wagon with all the market women with the goats and the fowl and nothing at the back. And whilst I went there early because I'm traveling a long way and I wanted a good seat in this Mami wagon. And an old man came. And he expected to get that seat.
Yes.
And I said, but no, I came here first. And the whole Mami was You don't do that. He's an older man. I had to get up and give that man that seat.
Yeah.
So they have a hierarchy of respect and the relationship of how you communicate with.
Right. The relationship is important.
The relationship is very important. You have to understand that. And
that's the
marriage,
point I'm making.
it is very important.
Yeah, it isn't
I
that
know a
one day
friend who was
somebody
married
gives you an
to,
instruction. It's that you learn it in the way of being. And so the Nigerians have a wonderful saying that I love. They say, in the West, children grow up. In Africa, human beings are raised. That to me is so profound and so awesome.
and a different culture. When I left Africa, I knew that I'm not African. I left saying I am not African. I went to Africa to come back with the tribal marks. I left saying I am not, because it's totally different. So when I hear people in Jamaica jumping around saying I'm Africa, 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 I just listen to them. They don't know.
You haven't been to Africa, so you don't know.
Yeah, but even if you're not accepted in Africa, it doesn't mean that you're not of African. Because I like to identify with my African roots.
Who is speaking?
This is Anne, please. Unapologetically.
Yes.
You know, because you mean, as Adrian Green would tell you, that wherever a Chinese go, a Chinese remains a Chinese.
Oh, sorry, Anne?
Yes.
And there's a context. There's a context. I think, Dr. Small has shared with me a couple of times her experience. It was not that she was rejected, right? She can tell you better than I can, but her upbringing in Jamaica, her particular schooling, and so on of the time, right, was not at all African. And when she went to Africa, she found out who she was, in contrast with the Africans.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
It's an important point that Anne is making, though, and I want to support Anne, because earlier Jean said that we're African in our customs, in our relationship with the environment. Let me finish.
No,
may I finish? I finish, please, Jean? Allow me to finish. Please allow me to finish. In some of the practices that we have, we're African. So the first point I want to make is about our headspace. The second point I want to make is that everybody has a nationality and a race. And sometimes we have ethnicity, nationality, and race. My cousins in Westmoreland are my cousins, whether I have met them or not, because I can locate them on this family tree. And the way they behave in their homes may be different from the way I behave in my home. And I could go to their home with the best of my upbringing and I insult their practices in their home. It doesn't mean we're not relatives. It doesn't mean we're not related by blood. And so those are things that we need to explore. As Muta said, if a cat give birth to some offsprings on a pillow, are they cats or caterpillar? And the fact of where I was born does not make me, yes, I know you would have loved that, does not make me something. And I have been to parts of Africa where they say, I know you, and you're one of us. When my brother went to Panafest in 1992, he meant to spend 3 weeks there and get married, himself and his girlfriend. And so they went looking for a place to get married. And somebody said to them, that's not how we do it.
Right.
People don't get married. And my brother and his girlfriend ended up spending 3 months in Ghana because one family adopted her and another family adopted my brother. And then the two families agree that they should marry, and the two families marry them. So some of us have experience of acceptance and some of us have experience of rejection. To me, it's no different from the family quarrel Toots family just have about where he should be buried or not. That doesn't make them not family. So we have to understand the impact, the effect, the way colonialism and cultural imperialism benefit when they hear us say we are not African, because they are down there adopting African children in something which is now being called colonialism by adoption. And when they do that, they become Africans, and they have the means to our gold and silver mines, and they have our children mining cobalt so that they can set up their 5Gs, and they are claiming the land to be theirs. I'm not going to stay out there and say I'm not African, because Easton Lee never see China until he was old, and all of us refer to Easton Lee as Chinese, and we call them Indians, but they only want to call me a Jamaican. I have a nationality, I have an ethnicity, and I also have a race. And that is why Trump can drum up the kind of racism that he's drumming up, because all of them accept what them race is wherever in the world they were born.
Can I ask if
don't want to get into the discussion of race because we went through colonialism.
I wanted to read.
And I am just saying that the African spirituality is there and we don't even know it. We are living it and we don't even know that we are living it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I understood that.
It's there. It's there.
May I speak to Heather, please?
Yes.
Certainly.
Yeah. Miss Heather, excellent story, right? I was wondering what inspirations you drew on. For instance, the spirit that was tethered to the location of a tree is so very Caribbean and so very West African, you know, Gold Coast, Ghana, Ashanti Twi, Ewe, Ga. I was wondering where all that inspiration came from.
Not sure. Some of it from reading, but the song has always intrigued me. And so I married it with a story that took place of an English couple living in another island. Mm-hmm. And some other tales came out of that, but I didn't have time to put it in 5 minutes. So I guess it was some traditional ghost stories as well as the song, Miss Lucy. Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. The part I recognize the spirit living in a house and not being happy with the people there. See it in a lot of movies from all around the world. But that tree is something I recognize from home. Mm-hmm. Right? And okay, I'll give you an example. In some parts of Ghana, there is a belief that you have a good death and a bad death. Mm-hmm. Right? People who have a good death, their death is celebrated to some extent. The colors that people wear to the funeral are one set of things. You're buried properly. If you have a bad death, that can be a suicide, certain types of accident like the Kendall rail accident, mm-hmm. War can be war sometimes. In some other places, it can be if you're killed in a very strange way, like a snake bite or a scorpion bite. But those people are considered to have not fulfilled their life. And in some traditions, they're going to stay there until that time runs out. They're going to be tethered to that space, or because of the disaster, they're tethered to that space. And the only way to take them away is if high priests and so on come and do certain rituals and use a branch from a palm and so on and drag the spirit back home to be put in a coffin and buried. But those terrible spirits are the ones that would have given us things like the awful ghosts that we know in the Caribbean, the ones that will eat you, right, or run you over in the road. Yes, mm-hmm. Those are stay around spirits. That's a tradition I think that we brought over, and I recognize it and just wondered if it was a particular story. What's the song? Which song was it?
Miss Lucy.
Miss Lucy hang herself in the mango tree.
Right. Okay. All right. So yeah, suicide now.
Never was gone.
Suicide. Shh. In Ghana, among the Ashanti, a suicide was such a terrible thing. if your relatives found you had a suicide, they might secretly bury you. But if it was found out, the king might have you dug up and executed for committing a suicide.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you aware, Dr. Anthony, of the concept of the elevation?
No.
There is a ritual which can be done called an elevation, and it lasts for 9 nights. I don't know if that is why we have 9 nights. But you do something for 9 nights, and I can send you the references. I can scan something in a book and send it to you. You do something for 9 nights, and each night you offer a different prayer, and you offer your incenses and your water. And what you're really doing, you're asking those spirits who had bad deaths to let go the burden so they can go on to the next plane. So although the culture recognizes that there are bad deaths, there are also rituals to allow you not to be trapped and wander forever on this plane.
And that is a tradition, a set of traditions that are similar, or is it revival or?
Okay, so it's grounded in the Yoruba religion, but the people in Kumina talk about 9 steps of elevation. I do not know what they do. I don't know what they do. I can connect you to somebody who knows. But I know that there is this 9 steps of elevation that you could do in your home for those spirits who are close to you, who you think have been trapped because of a bad death.
And how is that in relation to the Catholics? I wanted to get Eileen J to say something, but if that's okay with you guys, with the elders. But I wanted to know, Dr. Meeks, if you could quickly explain, is that the same thing as purgatory as in the Catholic Church?
I think it is.
Oh, okay.
I think it's the same thing as purgatory.
Hello?
And sorry, it has been done. You know, there's a way in which official DUMB, take out our things and parade it. Anthony Richards.
Yes.
Take out our things and parade it to give themselves kudos. In 1963, I think, shortly after independence, the mass graves in which Paul Bogle and company were thrown, not buried, in St. Thomas, those mass graves were dug up, and a series of elevation rituals were performed with officialdom leading the way. So,
was that in St. Thomas?
Yes. 1865 was one of our biggest uprisings. We have now come to call it a revolution. So that would have been 20-something years after emancipation.
Yes.
And Paul Bogle, a Baptist minister, would have examined the conditions and saw that the institutions would not have changed. It really is a big to-do in Nottingham. That's a phrase I use from Robin Hood when my son was 6 and he learned the phrase, there's going to be a big to-do in Nottingham, and it won't leave my head. It was a big to-do in Nottingham because the uprising in St. Thomas displaced the assassination of Abraham Lincoln as world news and dominated international news at that time for more than a year.
Okay.
So it's a very important part of regional and international history.
And we need a little more of that in the school. Is it Eileen J or Aileen J? Is it elders? Is it okay for her to speak? I want to practice what I learned tonight.
Yes.
No, I'm serious. I like it. And I've got to teach my daughter that she has too much of an opinion.
She has my permission. Does she have your permission, Jean?
Yeah. The children don't know. I did a talk at the IOJ last October. I had over 300 youth children, and they didn't know any of this. And I did it because I gave a talk to a group of adults in my club. And they found it so interesting. And I realized that We don't know ourselves. And I went to ACIG and asked them to allow me to give a talk, and they gathered all the children, and those youth didn't. They can't ask questions. Somebody asked, what do we do if we have discussion and dialogue? We can't have much of a dialogue because they don't know anything about it, so they don't know what questions to ask.
And they can't know what
They're not conscious of this going on around them. It's North America, it's TV and whatever is on TV. It's not about who we are.
They can't know what they haven't been taught.
Exactly. They don't know. They don't know. So we can't have a dialogue. They can't ask
The respect
questions.
of our attention.
Do I have permission to read a poem?
Yes.
Okay, this is by Amiri Baraka. African blues does not know me. Their steps in sands of their own land. A country in black and white. Newspapers blown down pavements of the world. Does not feel what I am.
Thank you. Elaine didn't make her intervention, Anne. Has she changed her mind?
Oh. Okay, good evening, elders. Thank you for granting permission to speak. I'm really just here to learn. This has been an amazing experience. I do hope to continue to tune in to learn. I've recently started my own journey of sort of self-exploration, beginning with the requisite DNA test to figure out where on the continent of Africa my ancestors are from. And I think that's the journey started some years ago when I sort of moved away from Christianity because I felt it was inauthentic and there were pieces that just did not resonate with me, didn't feel natural. I work with children, and most of my children all of my kids really are children of African descent. So African American, some with Caribbean ancestry. And it's so important that the texts I use represent different facets of the African diaspora and provide these opportunities for them to explore culture. And there's not much out there. I've found with young adult texts, for the most part, these texts tend to focus on our trauma. And that's such an important part of the story. But I also think there's so much beauty there, and there's so much that we can learn from and that can inspire us. And so I've just wanted to share maybe two texts I found that I've been using with my children. One is Tristan Strong, Punches the Sky, and it's the hero of the story is an African-American boy who has this fantastical adventure, and he meets all of these African and African-American folktale heroes, John Henry, Brer Rabbit, Brer Fox, and Nancy, and so on. And it's just been an amazing experience working with a 13-year-old boy and just seeing him come alive as we read that story together, because he had absolutely no frame of reference and was perhaps not aware of some of these characters and could not make any sort of connection to them. And then this is the second, and I'm reading the second book now. One is Akata Witch, and the other, the second part of that is the Akata Warrior. And this text is set in Nigeria. The little girl is African American of Nigerian ancestry, and this is almost, I suppose, it's I don't want to make the connection necessarily, but because I don't have any other frame of reference, I suppose it's similar to Harry Potter, but this really goes deep into West African religions and belief systems and so on, and really valorizes them, and it's very different from the way I was taught, where I was taught to be afraid of these things. And so, again, it's just been so empowering to work with my students with these texts that center our indigenous religious practices in a way that's really positive. So again, thank you. Just to be able to sit here and listen and learn so much. Oh, absolutely. I'll actually type the names in the text in the chat box for you. So again, thank you very much. This has been just an amazing evening.
But don't go too far. How did you hear about us?
I I was sent a link, and so I watched on YouTube and on Facebook, and I was like, I cannot. I just have to come on and watch this to the end, participate until the end.
So you got the link from where? I just want to know how we reached you. Who sent you the link?
A friend of mine in the Bahamas, actually, who a mother in the Bahamas sent me the link to Caribbean Storytime on Facebook.
Okay.
And where do you live normally?
I'm based in Connecticut right now, but I'm obviously proudly Jamaican. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing. I don't know anything about teaching young people, but I have an association with a university which has a branch in Vermont and one in Seattle. And I have been to Seattle or worked with them over the air, Skype and so on. And what they do is they train teachers like you, but they specialize in early childhood learning and multilingual schools. So all of the teachers intend to raise children in bilingual or trilingual schools. The children are Jamaican descent, Garifuna descent, and Latin American, Native American descent. And I get pulled in because of sort of the general decolonizing approach of the school. So I get to talk to the teachers about the value of our bush medicine, the value of our stories and so on. And Colonel Sterling from Jamaica, the Maroon chief of Nanny Town, also comes along every time, and the school visits Jamaica once a year for Nanny Day. They visits to see the hero. Yeah, so that's one little. It's not appropriate for you, I suppose, because you deal with a much older group, right? But I thought I'd just mention that.
Thank you. I'm actually working through Montessori training with the intention of working with younger children because it's so important to start this work early. Thank you.
I believe people are now starting to come in.
I want to thank Anthony Richards for giving me the link. That's how I'm on the program today.
Oh, great. Thank you for coming. But can you imagine people? Can you imagine? This is such a rich conversation that persons are still coming in. I was thinking that we're getting ready to wrap up, but people coming in. Oh my gosh, you guys, thank you very much. Keisha, welcome, Corinne. Go ahead, Keisha. But can you imagine people? Can you imagine? This is such a rich conversation that persons are still coming in. I was thinking that we're getting ready to wrap up, but people coming in. No, Corinne, you need to mute the radio station. Keisha? Yeah, Corinne, you need to mute the radio station. Keisha, go ahead while Corinne do that. No, you got to ask the elders to speak. Let's do it right. No, I'm serious.
Do I have permission to speak?
Vanora.
Yes.
Yes, you have permission from me. There's Vanora and Jean in the house.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank
No
you.
permission from me.
So I consider myself a young storyteller. Just by the journey to finding my voice and learning the stories that I'm coming across. And we were talking about where stories originate from. And I've been having that conversation with folks, like, for example, the tortoise and the hare, that is not the original story. And finding the older version and sharing it now, there are a lot of questions that need to be answered. And I just find that being in this space and learning from all of you and hearing all of the backgrounds, I make so many connections that there are so many aha moments. And I'm grateful to be in this space. And what advice would you give to myself? Because I feel like I'm the middleman in this all, being able to reach to the younger generation as well as having the opportunity to learn from all of you.
The fact that you have exercised your curiosity and to have remained is a very important beginning point. I think if we live long enough, we will never get the fullness of what we have lost in the middle passage. But there are some things we know. We know that all of those creatures that are central to the stories that we tell in the diaspora came in our heads. I have grown quite fond of saying that when we were captured, we didn't have time to go home and pack and go line up to get a visa. And so everything that we brought with us was already packed in our heads. And packed in our heads was Brer Rabbit and the hare. Some of them belong to the Bantu people. Some of the characters that we have in our stories came out of South Africa. If we remember that there was internal slavery on the continent, that persons were very often captured in the South, in Southern Africa, trafficked and worked up the coast, and then shipped from the West. Then we will understand. The first time I went to an activity in Dominica, and I heard them say cockeye story. I thought they were saying cockeye, the story not right, it not straight. And maybe that's what they think they are saying. But this evening, two of our children told stories about the Khoi, the Khoi, the Khoi people of South Africa. And sometimes they double it and say Kwakoi. So it really sounds like it's cockeye. So dismantling who we are and who brought what to where and the internal cross-cultural fertilization before it came across is an interesting exercise that we should engage ourselves in. The other thing we should note is that many of these folk characters, the heroes of our folk stories, actually became somewhat different in their roles, in their personalities, in their characters, because of the adjustments they had to make on the plantation. And so Rex Nettleford would have said, and sometimes I agree and sometimes I don't agree, Rex Nettleford would have said that Anansi came upon a crooked system, and he who was a deity of wisdom had to adjust his ways to become crooked, to deal with the crooked system. And sometimes we look at ourselves and we say, what have we become because of what we have gone through?
You had to survive, and as he had to survive in the system. He had to survive.
Right. Yes.
We are people of survival, and he represents us.
And so like us as human beings, our folk characters are not unidimensional. They've had to become different things to survive. And that's all I want to say for now. I'm just hoping that the very dynamic, bright Anne is picking out strands for longer, fuller discussions at some other point in time.
I hope you guys will be back because people are just eating you guys.
You have my email address so you can contact me and tell me when you're having a meeting.
Oh, Corinne says she's a parent from Dominica.
No, my parents are from Dominica.
Okay, so you know about the cockeye story.
You're in Jamaica?
No, I actually lived. My parents moved to Bahamas as surveyors, surveyor. So I grew up between Bahamas and Dominica. But these are the little things that have just died off of the family since the parents have gone, and the change of pace and all this sort of thing. So when I saw something that Heather posted, so I jumped on it right away because I lived in Cayman for a while, and every November we had a story time weekend.
Yeah.
So when I heard this, I was like, oh my God, here it is. And it's just been an amazing experience.
So you're in the Bahamas now? Right now you're in the Bahamas?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So
Which island?
I'm in Nassau.
Okay.
But I just wondered when they were telling story time in Dominica, they used to start with something like you always had a beginning like Tim Tim Washes.
Yes.
And so on. So I just wondered whether or not because you all were doing jumbies and duppies, why the intro was not similar.
Okay.
And so you
I don't know many. I have a book of jumbie stories, but duppy stories, but I don't really know them to tell. I have not had a practice of telling jumbie stories.
In my case, Corinne, it was because of the time factor. Because I had originally started with it, and then I realized that I couldn't. We don't do Tintin in the Bahamas. It's different, but I know what you mean. But the time didn't really work.
Trinidad.
Tim Tim is actually from Haiti.
Yes, because of the French roots in Dominica.
The French, Haiti, they say, escalacudo. I say no, puisque vous avez répondu, je sais que vous ne dormez pas.
The festival in the Cayman, which is 10 days and 10 nights, ends with a duppy story night.
Yes.
There is one night when it's an awesome festival, and I've been to all of them since they started. And this year it's going to be online, so I don't know how they're going to contract it in the way we're trying to contract it. But the last night of that Gimme Story Festival, we actually go to what is supposed to be a beach inhabited by duppies. And tell duppy stories.
I have a question.
Cayman, this is in Cayman? Cayman?
Yeah.
With Henry Mutu thing?
Yes.
Yes, Henry, okay.
I have a question about Dominica. I went to Dominica for 3 years during the summertime and was there for a week. But we were told that there is a belief, and I seem to think that it's probably true, but I'm not sure what you call it. It's something, there's a name for it, that when you are asleep and you can't seem to wake up, and your body wants to wake up, but you can't, that it is because a part of you has gotten up and walked away and gone somewhere, it's traveling, and you can't say anything until it gets back to your body.
Yeah.
Anybody know anything about that? Or is that a true?
I don't. I can ask.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That started happening.
I haven't known that one, but I can look that up. But it's believable. It's understandable.
Peter Tosh has spoken about having that. We have that experience in Jamaica, actually. And Peter Tosh has spoken about it. It's on the documentary Stepping Razor, done by, his name will come back to me, Jobson, on Peter Tosh, where he talks about being visited by these spirits at night who would take a part of his spirit, and of course his response is to cuss a whole heap of Jamaican bad word and tell them bring back him spirit.
Yes.
In her own book, Rita Marley has documented that she would very often accuse Bob. So I'm not taking tales out of school because it's in her book. She would often accuse Bob of infidelities because many mornings she would wake up and there would be scratches on his neck. And Bob was saying to her, no, I didn't leave the house. And that she, in fact, witnessed Bob one night fighting to get back his spirit from whoever or whatever was trying to take it away. I know the scientific community might have all kinds of scientific explanation about what really happened, but I know that in Jamaica, we really do believe that spirits interfere with you when you are asleep and you wake up just before they can completely take your spirit.
Wow.
Excuse me, elders. I have had that experience, and in Antigua, it's explained in very much the way um, the earlier speaker said. Who is it who said it first?
It was raised by by our sister from the US, from NABS.
Nora.
Nora, okay.
Right.
Nora, yeah. Yeah, I've experienced, I remember having a very strong experience when I was preparing for finals at UE right here in Barbados. But the explanation that I was raised with is very much exactly the one that she was given in Dominica. Exactly that your spirit, one of your spirits went on a journey. You have a spirit that does this kind of thing and another one that stays with you.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I share something? When you were talking and someone mentioned something about the tree, in North Carolina, I was at a storyteller's retreat. Baba Jamal Karam tells us the story that is true, that some years ago, there was a tree on the grounds, and the children who were there came to say that there was a face in the tree. And they were so emphatic about it, they went to see, and that there was a face in the tree, and it was crying. And that place had been a plantation, years back. And they assumed that this was a hanging tree. And it was said that they needed to circle the tree and offer prayers because the ancestors could not rest until that was done. And that they gathered around the tree, they sang, played drums, they offered prayers of various kinds. And when they finished, the tree, the face had not left, but it was no longer crying.
Okay.
Is that weird?
Well,
We don't know your age. Oh, you have
mean
to.
lion? You mean lion like in the forest that take over from tiger? Tiger was the king of the forest, and lion come with his big self and take over.
Yes.
And now it's lion is known as the king of the forest.
Lion, where are you based? Let everybody know.
I'm sorry, I'm being facetious. I'm just being facetious. Mm.
Wow. Wow. Absolutely. And next year, 2021, is the United Nations year for creativity for economic sustainability. And one of the things I have been advocating for, and please make a note, because I'm throwing something in your lap.
Yes,
One of the
ma'am.
things I have been advocating for is that this region has the capacity to become the first place in the world to develop through its arts and culture, as if it were oil, as if it were sugarcane, as if we were OPEC. And I have been, I'm not waiting on the authorities to take it up. I have been gathering some names of persons who have said, yes, I want to be in that think tank. And so it is perhaps one of the discussions that we could have in one of these after party, or as a discrete program on its own, a discussion program on its own on Rampoon Radio. There is no reason why the place that invent the only musical instrument in the 20th century known as pan, and the place that have reggae and Rastafari, and the place that have all of these wonderful spices, should be asking ourselves, why are we poor? Why are we poor?
I would tell you why, Dr. Meeks. Do I have permission to speak?
Yes, please.
You know Trinidad, the pan. You know who have the copyright for the pan?
I thought we got it back.
Well, that's a well-kept secret. I think it's still in China.
Oh my word.
Yeah.
You see, and when we talk about reparation, these are the things that we mean. I know that Trinidad fought to get back rum and Coca-Cola, and so on and so on and so forth. But Jamaica, for example, has a number of inscriptions. We have reggae inscribed as World Heritage Music. We have Kingston as the City of Music. That's a UNESCO designation. And we have the Blue and Jankro Mountains as a World Heritage Site. Now, there are 1,700 World Heritage Sites. Only 35 of them are heritage sites because of the environment and the culture. And the Blue and Jankro Mountains have the honor, the distinction of being one of that 35 because of the maroon heritage. And all we want to say is we have, I mean, I'm picking on Jamaica because I can, because I'm a Jamaican. But I'm sure from your own cultural situations, your national situations, you can find other real examples. That all we want to do is to say, you know, may have this nice thing, and we just have this nice thing and we don't know what to do with it. So China can say it's them have the pan. Somebody did try teeth, rum and Coca-Cola, and so on and so forth. And we sit back. There is a wonderful, his name has just slipped me now. Ooh, Ibanks. What's Ibanks' first name? He's a Caymanian singer, beautiful singer, who has a song that the chorus is, and all we can do is just watch it happen and dig deep in our pockets to pay. No, they should be paying us, and we should be determining what happens and not watching it happen.
Permission to speak again, and I guess after Astrid would speak if it's okay. But Lion told me about 2 months ago, Lion told me that the Grenada national anthem is not owned by Grenada. Somebody has copyright that should be illegal.
Are you serious?
Lion told me that I nearly fall down.
No, but we need to take action because that Grenadian national anthem was written by Barish Evans of the Theatre Group for National Liberation. We had our own version. Bogle March from Stony Gut, forward march.
No, that's not our national anthem. That's not our national anthem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I saw it on Facebook as being your national anthem.
No, it's not. It's not. It's a revolutionary national anthem.
Okay, so thank you very much for that. But the point still is that is a regional, it happens all the time. Lantonette Steins went to a dance conference in Atlanta. She's the leader of a dance group in Jamaica.
Change your clothes.
Go change my clothes?
Sorry. I wanted to put the little one to bed. Sorry.
Okay. She's what's her dance group called? Lacatco. And Lantonette went to a dance conference in Atlanta, and somebody who had been to Jamaica and spent 3 weeks was about to make a presentation on Jamaican Kumina. And Lantonette sat up to hear what this woman was going to say. And the first thing the woman said was, Jamaicans don't speak English. So they have this dance which they call Kumina, which really is to say, come in here. No, I could not have been in Lantonette's position and keep still. But Lantonette managed to keep still and make a report to our Minister of Culture, who then intervened. But it happens to us over and over again in big ways and small ways. How can you not have the rights to your national anthem? Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Astrid, can you ask for permission to speak, please?
May I please have permission to speak from the elders?
Yes.
Thank you. So, have we copyrighted Caribbean Storytime?
Big question.
That is waiting.
Astrid, you have a way. You have a way about you, an air of serenity there. And then you come out with these things, these bombshells.
Absolutely.
Lion, I will take you to court. Astrid had permission to speak. I didn't.
But that's important, though. You need to act on it, especially with all the content. And there are now clauses in the various copyright laws about how to protect your content online. People believe that because it's online, they have free access to use it for all kinds of reasons, and that is not so. But that protection is critical.
We have a legal luminary in the room, or did she went off to?
Oh yes, we have a legal person.
No.
Where is she?
There's also protection that recognizes productions that involve many people, right? And the parts that they own and so on. Elders, may I speak?
How old are you?
I'm only 60 this November. Yeah. So thank you. I've done a bit of work in 8 Caribbean countries regarding traditional knowledge linked to biological resources. Right? We're trying to get the governments in all our countries to be part of a United Nations treaty which recognizes traditional knowledge. I'm not just talking now about dance and storytelling, but traditional knowledge linked to biological materials, right? So we are able to establish our sovereignty over the bush and also the knowledge that we have regarding the bush in connection with it and the stories and so on that go with the bush or the seasons associated with it and so on, all the knowledge we have. I found that our Caribbean people are extremely generous people, you know, by and large. I would go to an Amerindian village and I would say to them, no, I don't want your knowledge. What I've come to tell you about and to discuss with you is how we might go about protecting it. And they say, but let me just tell you about this one thing. This plant, oh, this plant is good for such and such. I said, yeah, good, thanks. I'm not talking about your knowledge, but just one more thing. It's so generous and wanting to share. Everybody was, well, today I saw a man blowing a coconut shell on the back of a truck selling jackfish down in Bridgetown. So I thought that sounds just like an abeng horn, man. We have turned the abeng into a conch shell. So, you know the Ashanti abeng, which the Maroons also blow? Mm-hmm. Horn? Yes. So I asked him, can I make a recording? And he said, any recording, $30. I was so pleased with him that I gave him the $30. I was so pleased with him. I told him, this is what we want. We want people to recognize that our heritage has a value.
Yeah.
So whenever, you know, we can get together to talk about this, I have a lot of things to share. I did a look back through history at what they've taken from us and what it's valued at now.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Muting.
We will be here all night.
Just elders, just so that you know, it's 10:42.
Yeah, time to go.
Bedtime.
Everybody copacetic, because if you give Astrid and Heather and the young people in here, Lion and Dr. and Keisha and the whole works of us, and I'm sure Jenna James is somewhere in here lapping up all the information. He's just a little sponge. Jenna James, are you in here? Jenna James is the principal for the Grand Roy Government School with those two brilliant boys that did the 2 pieces. Yeah, he's in here. Okay, so we can go on.
So how do you, for those persons who happen along this evening, Vanora, Corinne, the little one from Jamaica who is in Connecticut, whose name, I'm sorry, your name has escaped.
Alina, I think. Alina.
Yes, Elaine.
Yeah.
Will you capture their contact details, Anne?
You're unmuted.
I'm respectfully suggesting that for the persons who came along for the first time, that their contact details be captured if they don't mind, so that Anne can be in direct contact with them.
I put my email address in the chat, so you can just email it. Just send us a quick email and tell us to add you to your mailing list. The easiest way for you to join us, if you're a storyteller, is to give us your cell phone number, and we're going to add you to our network of storytellers.
And story listeners.
And no, the listeners go in the blast. The group chat is only for the storytellers.
Okay.
Yes. Lion. That's not a story. That's an abomination.
That my old clothes brown with stain and soaked clean through with a Portland rain. He cast his eye, turned up his nose and said, "You're a beggar man, I suppose." I was an occupation. Well, I'm very
I will live and die a banana, man.
No. Everybody's a storyteller. Come to Dr. Meek. Anybody else want to say something? I mean, this is what you call an after party.
Yeah.
Astrid, down in the hall, Fantasia, any one of them. Even you go down on South Beach, they have nothing on this after party.
Brilliant.
Best party I've ever attended.
What?
Brilliant. So brilliant.
Yes. So Dr. Meeks, we're gonna go Astrid, and so those of you who have your Nancy stories and you want to be part of Dr. Meeks,
Nancy Soundsplash.
Please submit. She's having an audition, I heard.
Okay.
It's only the creme de la creme that can enter.
That means all the children are in.
Yes. No, wash your foot and come.
Okay.
I'd love to see it. Great.
Night, night, all. It was a pleasure. I thank you for a great evening. Thank you.
Good night, Corinne.
Night, night. Go on.
This song is like when you go to the club when you were younger, you were allowed to go to the club. Astrid didn't know about it because both of us would have gone to the club together when we got permission. And then when it comes to this time and somebody say, "Oh, it's time to go home." We ain't going home. We ain't going home till morning.
Yes.
What happened to Dr. Jean Small? What happened to Dr. Jean Small?
Dr. Small. Dr. Small, look her email address.
I'm trying to put my email into this.
Yes, it's there.
But I am so bad with this technology.
Got it.
Nancy, I heard Nancy doing a better job than you.
I cannot get anything. I'm not even getting my whole name. Anyway.
And there's a whole set of, there's a 3-4 sets of contact information there.
Yeah.
We're gonna lose when we shut down.
I prefer you email it to me because this is basically could be, well, it's not public, so it's fine. All right, it's not public.
Okay, so Marilla go
yes.
Put down some contact information here, right? Thing is, this stuff doesn't cut and paste.
No, it doesn't. I'll take a picture. I'll take a picture. The technology works.
Hey, Jen.
So when is the next one?
hear what you saying, Grace. Oh,
Yes, so I was following the conversation, but I'm working on an assignment. So I was just following while I tried to complete my assignment. But fantastic program. I think it's one of the best to date. And I think production is growing from strength to strength.
Thank you, Mr. James. I would like to hear Mr. Dr. Anthony, because you said Anansi would be the story of all stories. So let's hear you now. It looks like Duppy is the stories of all stories for now.
Just wait and see. I promise you that every time we do a Nancy, we will get more. We'll get a peak.
Yeah.
Right.
Lion, you have any statistics for us?
When you see a Nancy.
wow. This is good stuff. Good stuff.
I think I saw Mr. Holip on
That's my co-dad.
Yes, I think I saw him on the Zoom. Is he still there?
Yeah, that's dad.
While you saying grace, you're afraid the devil, you're feeding bad. Well, the devil.
Anyway, folks, I must say good night now. It was a great pleasure. I learned so much, especially in the after party. But it's time to say so long. Good night, off with the sun.
Good night, Astrid. Thanks again.
Astrid, good to see you again. For good, till next time.
Yes. Take care.
Jenna, before you go, you have to ask the elders to speak before you go. But I wanted to ask, do I have permission to ask Miss Venora a question? I want Miss Legault.
Yes.
You put the information in the chat. Is that your cell phone number?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll add you to the group chat because you're a storyteller.
Okay.
Okay. Did you tell us how you found us?
I got the information. Someone sent it to me.
Oh, that was me. Okay, that was me. I remember. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Jenna James.
Matter of fact, I put it in our newsletter.
Oh, you did. Great. Thank you.
And on our Facebook, I had the video.
Duppy in the cemetery. Jenna James, wanted to ask a question before we run out. Mr. James?
I'll pass.
Good night, and well done. And thank you again for the work you're doing at the Grand Roy Primary School.
Nicely done.
Oh, Dr. Meeks.
Yes.
You said your son went to Ghana for a Panafest?
My brother.
Your brother.
Yes.
I was one of the tellers from National Association of Black Storytellers that went to Panafest 2015.
Come sit on me.
Right. There is a lady from Jamaica, Pauline Pettenard. We call her Sister P, who it's Duppy come out late, boy. Who organizes the charters to Panafest from Jamaica whenever it is being held?
Well,
Would you give my best regards to Baba Jamal, please?
I will do that. Okay. Good night.
You guys shake something, Dr. Small? You guys shake something?
The Small is a dancer by profession.
Jay Small, has she ever corrected CX?
Dr. Small is a dancer by profession.
Not at all. I used to dance in my youth, yes, whole night. We can't do that anymore.
It's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah.
Lion, I wanted to ask Dr. Small a quick question. Dr. Small, did you correct CXC at some point in time?
I drew up CXC. I formulated the exams for French and Spanish for CXC for 16 years.
Wow.
I was the first convener. I was the first convener for CXC. And I led a team of experts across the Caribbean to create those exams, which they are still using today.
Yeah, it's a bit late, but we need to have that conversation with CXC then, and the intention of CXC and CXC now. We need to have that conversation.
Yeah.
You see the kind of elders I just bring? Why?
Good night, Lane. How you doing? I was trying to hear the elders' vision for how we go forward on doing the brainwashing. But that'll be, I guess, a story time. I guess another couple months.
But you guys acting as if nothing is being done. This is what story time is about. If you realize, we don't just come and entertain ourselves. We give you small dosage. We feed you and we pack you well. It's a setup.
No, agreed. It should be many strategies, and this would be about one of them. I will hopefully be able to engage our elders at another level on that. But I'm very grateful tonight. I learned there are two things that now make a lot of sense. One relates to how I see people who look like, well, Makai Antini, who's a South African cricketer, persons with those features and body build and everything here in Barbados. So now it makes sense that they had, I guess, Southern Africa to Central Africa to Western Africa, and then we would have picked up, well, we would have been picked up over there as persons as slaves from down in the South coming forward, and then here over here in the Caribbean and USA. So that now makes a lot of sense to me. And the other one is a little bit more significant. When Dr. Meeks was speaking about maybe is one of the festivals coming up, that they do the story time on the beach. And I remember as a younger man, probably 25 years ago, going to Ghana, and the first night we get into Elmina, and whoa, we gotta go to the slave castles, and I was a little bit frightened now. It's gonna be dark and these duppies and things. The fellas there were like, "What are you frightened of? Those are our ancestors. We'd have nothing to fear from them." And to the point, we fear these ghosts and these duppies and jumbies, but what really do we have to fear? And taking the storytelling in that kind of space, I think would also help ease some of the tensions and the fears. I am proud of you all. Y'all put on a heck of a show tonight. Enough respect to the entire Caribbean storytelling team. Thanks a lot.
No. Absolutely. Yeah.
Could I tell a story?
Yes.
I promise. It won't be long. It won't be long. We went to Senegal in what, 2017? 2018. And we went to Gorée Island. And when we got to Gorée Island, Eric's spirit was disturbed. And he was like, Eric has traveled Africa more than I did. It was my first visit to Africa.
Me too.
It was Emma's first visit to Africa. She didn't like it, but it was her first visit to Africa. But what happened? Eric's spirit was disturbed in the door of no return. We went to the door of no return, that entire passage there. But what happened when I got disturbed was when we were outside. We were in a restaurant, and these two white boys were smoking a cigarette in the presence of my child.
Mama Bear got pretty.
And the thing is that it's like my spirit, something went with my spirit, because I was ready to take them on. So I had to tell them not in the Elmina castles. And then the other Senegalese, they were circling around. You know, they came. I don't know if they came. I felt protected when they came by. I'm telling you. But I was prepared to let somebody drink some salt water. Because I tell them not today, not now. Not today. They could have tried it another time. But I felt different, totally different. And I remember Eric saying, "And something right in here, some real atrocities happen here." He went to Ghana and he went to Elmina Castle. You know, but I would think within myself, Senegal would have been a similar experience for him. But it was different.
No, this person, Elmina, in Ghana, right?
So he's saying that the spirit in Senegal is not settled there. They're not settled.
Yeah.
More than that.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, Anne.
Oh, I promised I would send the 9-day elevation.
That is interesting, that novena. I think they stole that from us, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to a Baba that there was no such thing in the Catholic Church until we practiced 9 nights. Right? I don't know if that's true, but he's an academic philosopher and a Baba in the Orisha tradition. So I am happy to repeat it. Oh, I wanted to say, sorry, one last thing. Dr. Amina?
Yes.
You told a story there about a speaker talking about Kumina.
Yes!
Well, I earlier this year, I think it was during lockdown, somebody posted a picture of the Aki, Jamaica Aki, right? Which of course is a word that comes from Ghana.
Mm-hmm.
And in Ghana, you know, my friends in Ghana tell me that they eat it out of hand, you know, just pick it, scrape it and eat it. Somebody posted on the cover of a great big compendium reference book of the poisonous plants of the world. Well, I lost it, right? It was within an academic chat group about ethno. I said, excuse me, why is Jamaica's, it's a beautiful picture, but why is Jamaica's national plant on the cover representing the poisonous plants of the world? You know, why don't you put your potato, which is equally poisonous if it's not cooked the right way, or even red beans? Is if you don't know what you're doing, that it's poisonous, right? And a big international discussion came up, and a Jamaican author who had published about Aki many years ago, right? I cited him, and before long, I had a telephone call from him calling from Charleston. You know, and people started to share his paper out again. I don't know what came over me. It was a beautiful picture. Normally, I'd have left it alone. I guess it was lockdown. I just thought that was wrong.
Your spirit took over.
Yeah.
Dr. Richards, can you cook akis?
Yeah, man. I have aki right here.
Well, I got a tree, so you can help yourself.
You don't eat akis, Anne?
No, I don't. When I went to Jamaica and I saw akis, I thought it was something from Grenada called bread nut.
Okay.
And when I got there, they served me akis, and it felt like egg.
People say that.
So it wasn't what I anticipated, and then it's like, okay, this is not for me.
Okay, fantastic.
My mother-in-law, Jean Small, Jean Small, she loved akis.
Okay. Well, I had to learn to eat aki because I'm originally from Guyana.
Oh, okay, okay.
So I had to learn to eat aki, and I thought it was scrambled eggs when I first saw it.
Yes.
Well, I'll come around.
But I quite like it now. I quite like it. I like it curried and so on with hot fish. With hot fish. Yeah.
And can I come by with the guavas tomorrow?
Like another after party.
Exactly. I was waiting for guavas today.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. More fire. More fire. And you must be a Nancy's child who, when they attempted to name you, you said, I came with my own purpose.
Of course. Of course. I am a rebel.
You are on purpose.
Rebel.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Please allow me to go.
Thank you. Bye. Good night.
And I will send you all the information about Soundsplash tomorrow.
Yes, so we'll start. Tomorrow is the Soundsplash train.
Right.
Okay, bye, everybody. Good night. Thanks again. Thank you for coming. Welcome, all our visitors.
Yeah.
And I hope you're now family.
Thank you, Ricky. Thanks, Ricky.
Yes.
Yeah, Ricky, thanks.
Ricky is off to sleep. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Jody Brown.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye.